Shoes and walk among the groups of two. It's not ideal, it's just how we feel. It's a shame we're easily amused. The only cure for this forward motion is to make emotion fly away. The air is cold, but the water's not frozen. I see ripples rolling every day. Cast a stone and hit a hardcore view. Catchphrase of the day is that it's true. There's no coffee talk and only one way to please. It's a shame what you do moves me. The only cure for this forward motion is to make emotion fly away. The air is cold, but the water's not frozen. I see ripples rolling every day. Yeah, not looking for a windswept view. Our change has changed. Nothing's new. Right heart, new song. Mad news. The only cure for this forward motion is to make emotion fly away. The air is cold, but the water's not frozen. I see ripples rolling every day. If I could know what we'll do wrong, I'd take this smile. The only cure for this forward motion is the only cure for this forward motion is the only cure for this forward motion.
Hey there, and welcome to Rebellious 1776. My name is Lynn Hurley, and I am here with you to critique, criticize, and fact check our nation's politicians in real time. We love watching a fascinating congressional hearing around here. We like to think of it as political theater. And if you know someone who would enjoy watching where their tax dollars are going, please feel free to share the love and share the show. Then just sit back, grab a snack and a drink. And if you're watching live, join us in the chat as we sit back, watch, discuss, and critique our nation's finest in action. Also, if you like talking all things politics, why not hit that subscribe button? It would please the YouTube gods, and I would love to have you join our family here. We're trying to get closer and closer to 1,000 subscribers, really trying to reach that goal. We're getting close. Also, don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you always get notified. Oh my goodness, I can't talk today. Whenever a new show is coming up. I also do members only shows where we have a chance to talk about things a little more in depth, a little more one on one. We talk about the news, what's going on that day, that week. We don't watch hearings during the members only shows, so we can have a chance to really sit down and talk about things. So if you don't want to miss out on those, please consider becoming a member because we would love to have you join that conversation with us. All right. So today we are watching two hearings at one. That's two hearings at one in one stream, not at once, but back to back. That's what we're doing. We are watching two hearings back to back today. First, we're going to watch the CCP support for America's adversaries. And then we are checking out the other one, which is entitled The CCP Cyber Threat to the American Homeland and National Security. And I do know that Christopher Wray, the FBI director, did testify in that second hearing. So I can't wait to see both of them. I think they're both going to be fantastic hearings. So with that, let's get started because yes, we're watching two, but neither one of them is super, super long. They're both about 2 hours each. So let's get going. We got about 4.5 hours or so of hearings to watch. There's a lot going on with China right now. So let's get up to date on these things. All right, let me put this up here and we will get going. Hold on, let me make this full screen for you guys. There we go. Why is that not showing? There, that's better. I think that's not full screen. Okay. That's why. That's why it was looking weird. All right, here we go. Let me know how the sound is, guys.
Select committee will come to order. The clerk will play a video.
Of Ukraine, the largest invasion of a neighboring country in Europe since World War II.
Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
Iran gives up to $100 million a year to Hamas.
Xi Jinping says Taiwan will be reunified with China during his New Year's address.
So 2024 must mark an inflection point. We stand at this crossroads, whether to surrender to a sea of troubles or do everything we can to deter.
The growing number of world conflicts and threats have strengthened ties between Moscow and Beijing,
pledging to shape a new world order.
Xi told Putin that they are driving changes not seen in a century and will provide an alternative to Western influence.
Ibrahim Raisi's visit comes as both China and Iran strengthen their relationships with Russia. Both sides say they're opposed to a world order led by the United States and its allies.
China is by far the most serious challenge to U.S. national security, with the power to reshape the international order to Beijing's liking.
Both the People's Republic of China and Russia have the means to threaten our interests and our way of life.
We're the last real superpower, and now China is a near peer-to-peer adversary to us now. And of course, their goal is to rebuild the empire. They're even putting outposts around us. They're buying up farmland in states here in the U.S. And even in some of these localities, we have Chinese CCP-owned companies that are coming in and open shop on Main Street.
An age of idealism has been replaced by a period of hard-headed realism. Old enemies are reanimated, new foes are taking shape, battle lines are being redrawn.
Russia is gathering its forces as it attempts to break Ukrainian defenses across the eastern Donetsk region. Russia is also receiving support from Iran. Ukrainian officials say Moscow has used hundreds of Iranian drones to hit civilian and military targets. And then there's China. The records show that Chinese state-owned companies provided Russian government-owned defense firms with navigation equipment.
I feel like I'm back in school, not in a congressional hearing right now.
Iran has increasingly turned its sights toward China.
China is Iran's biggest trading partner, and the only customer of its heavily sanctioned oil exports. Plans made under a 25-year strategic agreement signed in 2021.
According to the New York Times, the agreement calls for joint training and exercises, joint research and weapons development, and intelligence sharing.
And actively deepen defense cooperation with new member Iran.
Iran-backed groups form a land bridge across the Middle East and connect in an alliance that Tehran calls the Axis of Resistance.
Russian, Chinese firearms, relics from previous wars that made their way into the hands of Hamas.
The foundation of the world order being shaken to their core. To guarantee our freedoms, we must be prepared to deter.
And as we work in concert to meet the authentic problems of our time, we will generate a vision and an energy which will demonstrate anew to the world the superior vitality and the strength of the free society.
Well, thank you. First, a point of order. We have a hard stop at 11. So I'm going to be ruthless in enforcing time limits, beginning with my own. I had a fancy prepared speech, but instead I'd like to tell a story that Secretary Panetta has heard me tell before, which is that when I was a freshman member of Congress with the Secretary's son, Jimmy, we had a meeting of the Problem Solvers Caucus, and we were listening to his wisdom, and I piped up and I said, Mr. Secretary, what was the best job you ever had in Washington, D.C.? And in a response that would simultaneously inspire and depress me, he said, the best job I ever had was being a member of Congress. He was a man who had had every great job in Washington, D.C., and he said the best job he ever had was as a member of Congress because, and I quote him, there was a feeling you could get stuff done. And I'd like to think that at a time when Congress is struggling to get much done, this committee has been an oasis of bipartisanship and at least an attempt to reinvigorate that spirit and that feeling that Secretary Panetta was talking about. We have two incredible public servants with us today, Secretary Pompeo as well, to provide their perspective on how we restore deterrence and meet the moment. And we are in a decisive moment for U.S. national security, for global security more broadly. Famously, Churchill called the period of German rearmament and alliance building the gathering storm. Today, the storm gathers once more, and as we watch China undertake the largest peacetime military buildup since at least World War II, and it finds eager friends in Tehran, Moscow, and Pyongyang, we should reflect on the lessons of history. Problems, this is true in your personal life as much as it is in geopolitics, problems do not age well. We ignore them at our peril. Appeasement or over-reliance on polite diplomacy cannot save us. We must act decisively to enhance our military strength, support our allies, and deter this authoritarian alignment. Only strength will be able to withstand the storm. I now recognize the ranking member, Raja Krishnamurthy, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for coming, the distinguished secretaries who are with us today. Until the last few years, a lot of Americans thought that freedom and democracy were finally spreading around the world. After the Cold War, democracy spread from Eastern Europe to East Asia to Sub-Saharan Africa. In the 1990s, some pundits theorized that in addition to the spread of democracy, growing economic ties between countries would also make war less likely. In fact, there was even a theory that it would be impossible for two countries that both had McDonald's to go to war with each other. This was called, and I'm not kidding, this was called, quote, the Golden Arches theory of conflict prevention. And it would look something like this. As you can see in this picture, you can see the Golden Arches, and there's Ronald McDonald conquering the battlefield. Instead of swords being
McDonald's,
into
the mediator of
plowshares,
peace.
tanks are traded in for, yes, Happy Meals. I like this theory a lot. One reason is that McDonald's is based in my home state of Illinois. And the other reason is that McDonald's was my first real job in life, flipping burgers. So I have a sentimental attachment to this theory. But there's only one thing wrong with this theory, and that is it's false. It doesn't work. Because while the Chinese Communist Party invited McDonald's into China, the CCP did not trade in its tanks for Happy Meals. Instead, in 1989, they sent those tanks into Tiananmen Square, just a few blocks from what would be the largest McDonald's in the world. Vladimir Putin didn't trade in his tanks either and sent them into Ukraine 2 years ago. When McDonald's stopped operating in Russia in protest, Putin forced a sale of McDonald's property and renamed their brand. You can't go to McDonald's in Moscow anymore, but you can go to this place. It's called Vkusna I Tochka, Russian for tasty, and that's it. Economic ties with the CCP and Russia did not lead them to become democracies or to become more peaceful. In fact, the opposite happened. After coming to power, Xi Jinping issued document number 9, which tells the CCP to stamp out, quote, false ideological trends like democracy, universal values, media independence, and civil society. The CCP now jails, disappears, and murders journalists and dissidents, and it's carrying out an ongoing genocide, a genocide against the Uyghur people in Xinjiang province. Beyond its borders, the CCP militarized the South China Sea, and it's increasing its military threat in Taiwan. Xi Jinping declared a, quote, no-limits partnership with Vladimir Putin, and now stands by the Putin regime during its brutal invasion in Ukraine. Last October, President Biden sent Congress a request for additional funding to support Ukraine and others who are defending freedom and democracy against those who wish to tear down these ideals. In November, every single Democrat on this committee signed a letter to congressional leadership urging this body to take action to pass that supplemental funding request. It's now January. The time to pass President Biden's supplemental funding request is now. It's now. The spread of freedom and democracy around the world has been one of recent history's most extraordinary developments. The power of these ideals has been proven by how fiercely those who enjoy them will fight to protect them. Rather than turning their swords into plowshares as they've integrated with the world economy, the CCP and Putin's Russia have bought more swords. Consequently, we must acquire more shields. And we must help our friends shield their democracies from attack as well. Our mutual security depends on it. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the ranking member, and I know for the record that your chart and prop game gets better every time we do a hearing. Very impressive. Again, we're privileged to have two public servants, two former secretaries. Secretary Pompeo was Secretary of State and CIA Director during the Trump administration. He also served the 4th District of Kansas in Congress from 2011 to 2017. Secretary Pompeo was the Director of the CIA, as well as the Secretary of Defense under President Barack Obama. He had previously served as Chief of Staff for former President Bill Clinton, and in what was his best job, apparently, as a member of Congress from California from 1977 to 1993. We thank both of you for making time out of your busy schedules to be here. If you could please stand and raise your right hand, I will now swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. Thank you, Secretary Pompeo. You are recognized for your opening remarks.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Krishnamurti. It's great to be here. Started my career at Canon 107, so it feels like home very much. It's a real privilege to be in front of this particular committee. You all are doing important, remarkable, bipartisan work, and I want to personally, on behalf of the Pompeo family, thank you, each of you, for doing that. It matters to my family. It matters to each American, and bless you for that. You all have in front of you, much like I did in my time in Congress, important decisions. We have wars raging in Europe, in the Middle East. There's risk of one in South America, much closer to home even. And of course, the topic we're here today to talk about, the challenges in the Pacific and Asia, are in front of us as well. I know that you will endeavor to get these decisions right. To start, I always try to get to the facts. I'm going to try and do this in just 3 minutes. We've got deterrence lost in Europe. We have deterrence lost in the Middle East. We're on the cusp of losing that very deterrent model in Asia as well. One could argue that elements of that have already been lost. Chairman Kim, who I spent way too much time with, Chairman Kim has now talked about the absence of any desire for peaceful reunification with the Republic of Korea. That is a change that is important. I was in Guyana 2 weeks ago. They are frightened by Maduro and his efforts to retake in his words, much as Xi Jinping talks about reunifying, retake what is rightfully theirs. This is a challenge that is linked. It's not just about one of these theaters, one of these zones, one of these regions, but these are all deeply linked to whether America will have the resolve, determination, and capacity to deter and maintain the order that we have benefited, that Americans have benefited from since the post-Cold War order was established. We know that this conflict largely begins with economics. Chinese Communist Party has been at war with the United States economy for at least 20 years. One could argue 40. It might well have made sense for the esteemed Dr. Kissinger to go and travel and open up relationships with the Chinese Communist Party back in 1972. It might have made sense in 1982. It made no sense by 2002, 2012, and certainly today makes no sense. It's dangerous for the United States to allow the Chinese Communist Party to have engaged here at home in ways that undermine the very foundations of our republic. And I know I'll get asked about this today, but I think it's important that when we think of the challenge from the Chinese Communist Party, we think not only about Taiwan, not only about the South Pacific and about the First Island chain, but about Los Angeles and Denver and Washington, D.C., and Chicago and my home state of Kansas. The Chinese Communist Party is working diligently inside the gates to undermine everything it is that we stand for. When he talks about American decline, he is not doing so passively. He is an advocate. He is working to achieve that very American decline here at home. The last thought, Secretary Panetta, it is great to be with you here today. And I think it's important for America to see that this challenge is not remotely about politics. It is not remotely partisan. It is so much more fundamental than that. I have been critical of many of President Biden's foreign policy actions, but I must say the work that they continue to do to confront the challenge of China, I have approved and appreciated. I always knew that we could do more. They could do more as well, and I'm counting on this committee to help us get to that place. When we put sanctions in place, we can't immediately turn around and create loopholes. When we put in place economic orders that suggest how America ought to proceed, we cannot let our adversaries, whether they be from Russia, escape those sanctions regime, and we have to make sure that our friends comply with them as well. This will require temerity from each of us. The Chinese Communist Party is not about to give in because of some great speech that someone gives, some set of wonderful remarks, or a set of meetings held in San Francisco or Beijing or Washington, D.C. They are determined. They will push back against our actions, and we need to make sure that we hold the Chinese Communist Party at risk in the same way that they seek to put America at risk each day. If we get that piece right, the tactics, the operational pieces, we'll get those. A strong United States military, capable diplomatic corps, and a robust American economy can deliver those outcomes in a way that will give us the chance that 250 years from now, the 76th or 79th Secretary of State can sit here with his Democrat counterpart from a previous administration and still have the opportunity to defend what we hold most sacred. Thanks for giving me the chance to be with you all today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for those great remarks. Secretary Panetta, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished members of the committee, thanks for inviting me to testify on the increasing threat posed by the People's Republic of China and its ongoing efforts to undermine the United States and allied interests around the world. And thank you for having me join with my good friend, Mike Pompeo, who we worked together when he was in my job as director of the CIA, and continued to be in touch during the time he was Secretary of State. And Mike and I are good friends, and I'm glad that we are here to be able to present our views. I also want to thank this committee. The fact that you are a bipartisan committee working on this issue is incredibly important to our foreign policy. And I want to commend you for the work that you've done, and particularly the report you issued on economic competition. Look, we live in a dangerous world in which tyrants and autocrats and terrorists are challenging and attacking democracies. And so they're threatening our values. They're threatening our interests and our national security. When Putin brutally invaded Ukraine, it was for no other reason but that he did not believe the people of Ukraine had the right to decide how to govern themselves. I believe Ukraine is fighting not just to protect their democracy, but to protect the concept of democracy in the 21st century. When Hamas attacked and brutally killed innocent men, women, and children in Israel, they, like Al-Qaeda on 9/11, made clear that they had no regard for the dignity of life. And Hamas's leadership does need to be destroyed, just as we targeted and destroyed Al-Qaeda leadership. We are facing an aligned group of dictators and autocrats from around the world, united in their determination to undermine our democracy. China is exploiting these conflicts to advance its own narrative of Western decline. She explicitly said the East is rising and the West is declining, and that China will replace the United States as a world power. I've met with Xi multiple times during the time I was in office, here and in Beijing. He's smart, he can be very diplomatic, he's committed to an aggressive China. But it is important that we never underestimate Xi Jinping, because he will use every opportunity to undermine the stability of the United States and the West. He will steal our intellectual property, conduct economic espionage, have extensive intelligence. I believe they've planted malware within our own computer networks. He will use artificial intelligence for disinformation campaigns. He will militarize and continue to militarize the South China Sea. He will modernize the People's Liberation Army. They have the largest Navy. They're producing large numbers of manned and unmanned aircraft, ICBMs. They're expanding their nuclear arsenal. They have 500 warheads, and they hope to double that by the end of the decade. As a result, they are not simply developing what could be called a general purpose military. They're developing a military that can employ the threat and the use of force. Xi Jinping recently said the reunification of the motherland is a historical necessity. And so there's no question they threaten Taiwan. The president was correct to say that we will defend Taiwan militarily if it comes to that. I have always believed strongly that when the U.S. gives its word, it must stand by its word. That is the essence of deterrence. The bottom line is we are facing an increasingly aligned group of autocrats around the world. And the fact is that they are now having dual-use technologies that are being spread with Russia, Iran, China, and North Korea. While this alignment of autocrats is troubling, the good news is that it does not even come close to approaching the strength and depth and breadth of the United States global network of allies and partners. Look, some have suggested that our relationship with China is improving, and there's no question. We've had increased military and economic dialogue. But make no mistake, the only way to try to avoid war with China, the only way to deal with China is from strength. From strength. Both China and Russia became more aggressive when they sensed weakness on the part of the U.S. And for that reason, we must take strong action to arm and train Taiwan to defend itself, to strengthen our force posture, to invest in the next generation of military technology, to bolster our alliances, and to maintain strong export controls on critical technologies. And I must say, we must demonstrate that our democracy is strong and that we can govern. For that reason, it is incredibly important that this Congress pass the supplemental request and provide necessary military aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. To fail would send a terrible message of weakness to adversaries and allies alike. We'll be playing China's game. And let me make clear that those who believe the United States can simply back away from our commitment in Ukraine, you cannot be weak on Ukraine and be tough on China. In conclusion, let me just say, I tell the students at the Panetta Institute that in our democracy, we govern either by leadership or by crisis. If we fail to provide leadership, then we will govern by crisis. And the price of that is the loss of the trust of the American people in our democracy. This committee provides hope that we can govern and work together in a real sense. Our democracy and our national security depend on each of you for your leadership necessary to govern and protect our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We've released 3 major policy reports that were the culmination of a year's worth of work, investigations, hearings, and member input. We're now trying to turn those into legislative reality. But I think perhaps the most important function of the committee is to try and explain to our colleagues and the American people why any of this matters. And for those who are in the DC Beltway, certainly those who work at think tanks, it may seem obvious why the defense of Taiwan or the genocide in Xinjiang matters, but I'm not sure it's as obvious to Americans who are just trying to live their lives. For example, I had 600 people come to a town hall in my district to talk about the lake sturgeon being listed as an endangered species, a huge issue for Northeast Wisconsin. I'm not sure I could get 20 people to come for a discussion about China. So I'd like to give both of you the opportunity to sort of answer for that everyday American who you've represented in your past job. Why does this matter? Why should they care about the threat posed by the CCP? And I'll start with you, Secretary Pompeo.
You know, Chairman Gallagher, it doesn't surprise me that you think that it might not be of as much interest to your constituents. I would describe this differently. I don't think these are two separate things. I'll hear people say, well, this is domestic policy and this is foreign policy. Today, they are so deeply interconnected. What happens in Kyiv doesn't stay there. What happens in Gaza doesn't stay there. These threats are real. We can see it on their southern border as well, right? There are bad actors trying to infiltrate our nation across that border as well. And then for the folks back in Kansas, so many American jobs depend on the fact that we will confront the Chinese Communist Party's efforts to destroy our manufacturing base, to steal our intellectual property. There are real economic outcomes for ordinary families all across America that depend on a United States that is prepared to defend its own economy, to create the rule of law, to have trade lanes open, all of these things that somehow seem distant, they're right on top of us. Last piece, I talked about China inside the gates. You know, we closed in the Trump administration the Chinese consulate in Houston, Texas. We didn't close it because we disliked them. We closed it because they were conducting what I believe is one of the largest espionage operations ever against the American people from that very facility. They're in our universities today, operating to steal our finest high-end research. These things matter to American economic growth for years in front of us. And if we get it wrong, then our children and grandchildren will live in America that looks fundamentally different. We can't permit that to happen. And so it is not about something 6,000 miles away. It is about something just down the street for you, your family, and your neighbors.
Thank you, sir. Secretary Panetta, why does it matter in Monterey?
It matters because it really is about the fundamental security of our country. And I think one of the things that marks the American people is not just their common sense and their spirit and their resilience, but it's also their willingness to secure not just their family, but their country. As Secretary of Defense, I had the opportunity to look into the eyes of our men and women in uniform. At that time, going to both Iraq and Afghanistan. And what I saw was a willingness on the part of these young men and women to put their lives on the line in order to fight and die for this country. to fight and die for this country. And so there are men and women from across this country who have assumed the responsibility of providing security and putting their lives on the line in order to defend this country. So it is incredibly important to what I call the American dream. I'm the son of Italian immigrants. I used to ask my parents, why did you come to this country? They came in the early 30s. They came from a poor area in Italy. And I never forgot my father's response. He said, your mother and I believe we could give our children a better life in this country. I think that's the American dream, giving our children a better life. And that's what this is all about. If we don't provide security for this country, if we don't deal with the threats that we're facing abroad, then we are not providing security. We are not providing the American dream for our children.
Thank you, sir. I yield my 1 second. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Panetta, you eloquently stated your strong support for the White House's supplemental request for Ukraine assistance. Secretary Pompeo, you're also a very eloquent and strong supporter of aid to Ukraine. And as you laid out in a recent op-ed, it appears that part of your reasoning is that Putin winning in Ukraine would embolden the CCP and make a war over Taiwan more likely. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct. And Secretary Panetta spoke to that as well.
So let's just be very clear. If we do not further fund Ukraine now, war is more likely over Taiwan, which none of us want war over Taiwan or with China, and that's certainly what the American people do not want. Let me turn to my next topic. This is a picture of the CIA memorial wall honoring those who died in the line of duty. Last year, the CCP's secret police launched a recruitment campaign. They posted this picture with an article about the first CIA officer killed in the line of duty, whom the CCP claims they killed in Tibet in 1950. Now, here's the rub. If you look at this article, the headline reads, quote, "The first black star the CIA hung on the stone wall is related to China," exclamation point. Now, Secretary Panetta, I find this very disturbing. Nobody should glorify the killing of an American. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
And Chairman Xi came to San Francisco recently and told us that he wants to, quote, "make friends with us." But Secretary Panetta, this might be obvious, but friends don't glorify or laud the killing of each other's people, right?
Absolutely.
I think that this is yet another example of the need to always judge the CCP by their actions, not necessarily just their words. Let me turn to this other very interesting picture, and Secretary Panetta, you might recognize this. Secretary Panetta, this is you in the PRC in 2012, and it looks like you're receiving a very memorable gift from China's then Minister of National Defense, General Liang. Do you remember this episode?
I remember very well.
Is this hung in your dining room, by the way?
I don't know if I've ever brought that photograph with me.
Now, interestingly, not only is that plate very memorable, but this gentleman here, General Liang, was actually the last defense minister in China to not be prosecuted for corruption. The next 3 individuals to hold this position as Minister of Defense were all prosecuted for corruption and or purged. And many others in the People's Liberation Army have also been purged. Secretary Panetta, there have been numerous reports of Xi Jinping purging some leaders not because of corruption, but because they disagree with Xi's leadership. So here's my question. Can you rule out that Xi Jinping is purging people from the PLA because they disagree with his leadership?
You know, that defense minister that I met with, actually, we established a pretty good relationship in our ability to talk to one another. And As a matter of fact, we began to do military exercises together and continue to have a dialogue. And I was hopeful at that time that we could continue that relationship. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. And you just indicated the amount of corruption and those that are being dismissed because she doesn't particularly like the way they conduct business. What that does is it undermines stability in China, and it undermines stability in the military.
Yeah.
The fact that we broke down our communication with China here is of concern because we need to be able to stay in touch with China when we have differences of one kind or another. I think the answer to your question is that Xi, by virtue of the way he's dealing with his military leadership, I think is undermining their ability to respond effectively to what they need to do.
Let me turn to my last topic. This is a picture of Joshua Wong. Secretary Pompeo, Joshua Wong is a prisoner because he led pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong. He came to the consulate in Hong Kong and requested refuge in 2020. When you were secretary, were you personally in favor of him receiving refuge?
Look, I don't want to talk about the discussions we had inside. I think the United States can always do more, whether it's for him, Nathan Law, Jimmy Lai, who's now being prosecuted. The United States can do more and do better to protect these people and their capacity to just do the basic things that every human being is entitled to speak their mind peaceably.
I call upon the CCP to release Joshua Wong, and I wish that we had provided him refuge at the time. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Lukemeyer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank both Secretary Panetta and Pompeo for your fine service to our country. We certainly appreciate it. Secretary Pompeo, in your written testimony today, you talk about a couple different things that deal with the difficulties that the Chinese economy is having right now. Demographically, they're struggling. You talk about their stock market is a disaster. They're stealing money out of state-owned offshore accounts. But he says, make no mistake, a weakened China is an ever-growing danger to the United States and the world. So are you saying there, or do you just elaborate a little bit on this, that the weaker their economy is, the more volatile their government could be and the more danger they are to the rest of the world?
It's good to see you again.
Yes, great to see you too, sir.
It's not a direct line, that it is not a one-for-one. As they weaken, they present more risk. I think they present real risk no matter whether their economy is thriving in any given year or not. It is the case that the decision-making apparatus, and Secretary Panetta spoke to this, as there is more turmoil, as their economy struggles more, as they see the demographic handwriting on the wall, that the decision-making process inside of the Chinese Communist Party's leadership becomes more fractured. And as Xi Jinping sees the end of his time in leadership approaching as each day goes on, he is more likely to try and achieve the end game that he has described. He has been unambiguous about his objectives, that he is determined to do it during his time. So I do think that as these challenges present themselves, there is always a risk that Xi Jinping will see the clock has run. And if America is not prepared to deter him, he'll be more likely to take action that is adverse to U.S. economic and U.S. military interests in the region.
Thank you. Secretary Panetta, you talked a while ago about dealing from strength. I'm assuming it also means economic strength because as Secretary Pompeo indicated here, even if they're weakened, they're still dangerous. And in some of the testimony we've had before from some of our witnesses who have been refugees from China, they talk about the fact that they spend about $300 billion a year to surveil, detain, and build new detention camps on their own people. And doing that, they have a tremendous fear of their own people. The government does, of their own people. So therefore, if you stress them, if you stress their economy, there are some difficulties. And we ourselves, to be able to offset that, have to have a strong economy. Would you agree with that? Would you like to speak to that, elaborate a little bit more?
Look, I think there's the whole thrust of our efforts with China is deterrence. And that deterrence has to be both military and economic. And I think the reality is that right now, because China has a very unpredictable economy, you just read today where their real estate industry is being challenged. They're in trouble because of loans that were issued, and the real estate area is a huge investment area for China. So they're going to suffer another hit as a result of that. And add to that the other unpredictability of the Chinese economy right now and the low growth that's taking place. I think what that's doing in some ways is it's drawing Xi's attention to what he was primarily concerned about, which was developing China as an economic power for the future. So in some ways, their problems represent good news for the United States.
Thank you. Secretary Pompeo, we're decoupling ourselves from China, and all the trade that we have has always been discussed on this committee. Should we do it at all? Should we do some? Should we do none? How should we approach that? And so I think we've had discussions. I sit on the Financial Services Committee along with Mr. Barr, and I chair the Subcommittee on National Security and International Finance. And so the trade and international financing of all these things all fits in together here. And so decoupling, I've only got about a half a minute left here, decoupling ourselves from China. What would your opinion be on doing that? To do it halfway, not at all? What would you suggest?
So difficult to do in 15 seconds, but let me give it a run.
You're
First,
good,
we
Mike.
should never for a moment think that we're going to get the decision on this. It could be the Chinese Communist Party makes decisions about the extent of that decoupling as well. That is, Xi Jinping gets a role in deciding how much trade there will be and on what terms. The most important thing we can do is make sure to protect the high-end dual-use materials. This should be the place we should focus intensely in the near term, and we should shut not just part of it down, but all of it down. As for the beach balls and blankets and the like, a more complicated problem set, and it is a continuum. But the effort today has to be to protect the crown jewels of the American economy and make sure that we have the resources that we need to continue to deliver American manufacturing across the world.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Castor.
Good morning. Secretary Panetta, in 2022, after Vladimir Putin and Russia invaded Ukraine, the United States, President Biden, and our NATO allies helped rally freedom-loving people across the globe to support Ukraine. What do you surmise Xi Jinping and the PRC took from that? What lesson did they take from the swiftness of that coalition?
As I mentioned in my testimony, I really do think that Russia and China grew more aggressive because they sensed a weakness on the part of the United States, that the United States was withdrawing from leadership in the world, was withdrawing from our alliances, and wasn't drawing the line on aggression. And I'm thankful that President Biden and our NATO allies drew a line on Putin. I don't think Putin expected that, very frankly. So it was really important for the United States and our allies to be able to say, if you cross that line, we will take steps to go after Russia. We'll undermine your economy, we'll provide military aid, and we will strengthen NATO. That was a clear message. And most importantly, the message was that the Ukrainians, because they were brave fighters, stopped the Russian invasion. That got the attention of Xi Jinping. And the fact that that invasion was stopped, the fact that the United States and our allies came together to help Ukraine has been a major signal, I think, to Xi to think twice about Taiwan.
Because around that time, Putin and Xi said that there are no limits to this deepening relationship. They wanted to convey that publicly to send a message to the rest of the world. And I think that that's correct. The swiftness of the coalition, the robustness of it sent a message to China and Xi. But now it seems like they're waiting for the next election this year, that they're kind of hedging that there's going to be a change in policy. And they see that the Congress has not been able to pass a supplemental to bolster the Ukrainian people. What signal, what is Xi Jinping and the PRC taking from the fact that the Congress is yet not united in continuing to repel this foreign aggression from Putin?
Look, I believe, as Mike Mullen has said, that dysfunction in Washington is a threat to our national security. Because our ability to govern, our ability to work together, our ability to deal with the problems in this country, that's what democracy is all about. That's the strength of democracy, is the ability of Republicans and Democrats to sit down and to get things done, to provide the supplemental requests, to deal with defense issues, to deal with foreign policy issues. And when, for whatever reason, that breaks down and it doesn't work, what it does is it sends a signal to the world that the United States is not strong in our democracy, and that because of the dysfunction that we see in Washington, it is undermining our credibility in the world. So I can't tell you how important it is for the United States, for Republicans and Democrats to work together as this committee is, to basically send a signal that we are unified when it comes to defending our interests.
And for Xi Jinping in particular, what is he? What do you surmise that they're considering right now as the U.S. does not follow through with the help to democracies and the Ukrainian people in particular?
She is very aware of what's happening with regards to our country, just as Putin is. And when they see dysfunction, when they see that we can't get our act together to be able to do what's right, then they sense that that's weakness, and it gives them the incentive to think that given the opportunity, they can take advantage of that. So what we're doing, if by failing to pass the supplemental, as I said, we're playing Xi Jinping's game. And we're playing Putin's game, which is that our strength is being undermined, not from abroad, but from within.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to both Secretary Panetta and Secretary Pompeo, thank you for your extraordinary public service. It's good to see both of you again. Secretary Pompeo, I enjoyed visiting with you in Monterey with your son Jimmy and playing a little golf. Thank you for tolerating my bad golf with Ted Balistreri. Great to see you again. And Secretary Pompeo, thank you for, as Secretary of State, elevating this issue of the threat from China and establishing the deterrence that we need to continue to be vigilant about. I want to ask you about the recent APEC summit and your impressions of that. Following that Biden-Xi summit, the Biden administration removed the Chinese Ministry of Public Security's Institute of Forensic Science from the Commerce Entity List in exchange for greater cooperation on stopping the flow of fentanyl precursors that are being produced in the PRC. Last year, I questioned Assistant Secretary of State Crittenbrink on states' role in pressuring other agencies to delay implementation of sanctions and export controls. Secretary Pompeo, what kind of message does it send to our adversaries if the State Department intervenes to prevent the listing of PRC entities who should be sanctioned or subject to export controls?
Congressman Barr, I think that's an enormous policy mistake. I think it not only sends the wrong message, but I think the likelihood of Xi Jinping delaying precursors for fentanyl moving into our country is precisely zero as a result of that action. He has been determined to continue to poison our children here at home, and I don't think any action taken by the United States Department of State to sort of relieve them of any penalties, restrictions, prohibitions is likely to change his direction on that.
And just for context, this ministry that was removed from the Commerce Entity List, this is an instrumentality of the CCP that has engaged in horrendous genetic testing of Uyghurs and human rights violations. Secretary Panetta, you noted in your testimony that our adversaries routinely weaponize economic tools of market access and trade dependencies, such as fossil fuels from Russia and critical minerals from China. Last week, it was announced that in an effort to combat climate change, the Biden administration would be halting LNG exports. This administration, however, has extended 8 times a Treasury General license allowing for transactions involving Russian energy exports, including oil, to be exempt from U.S. sanctions. Do either of these actions, the action to block LNG exports to our allies in Eastern Europe, or the action to provide a general license to our sanctions regime against Putin, do either of those actions help us cut off funds from Moscow?
I don't know whether, and I hope they haven't, the administration has made a final decision with regards to LNG. I know the president has postponed that issue and is looking at some of the issues related to regulations. But I think it is very important to be able to provide that kind of fuel to our allies, for goodness sakes. Because they've joined with the United States, they have lost the ability to have to rely on Russian energy. That's a good thing. And we ought to be providing the support necessary in order to give them the ability to be independent of that source of energy. So I hope that the administration moves forward with the LNG and allows that fuel from the United States to be able to go to our allies.
Thank you. I agree with that. I think exporting energy, producing energy is a geopolitical tool, and it's a grave mistake to not recognize that. But in addition, I want to talk a little bit about, as a member of the Financial Services Committee with oversight over Treasury, the Treasury's Department's inexplicable decision to provide a license to Russian banks to allow them to process energy transactions. And I've spoken with Secretary Yellen about this. I've spoken to Wally Adeyemo. These are great public servants who are trying to do right with this oil price cap regime. But the problem is the oil price cap is not working. It's Russian crude is trading above the cap, and it's not enforceable. To me, what would make more sense is to sanction dirty, polluting Russian energy and produce more American energy to help our allies. Can either of you speak to that?
I think you made a very good point, and that's what we should be doing.
Well, I thank the gentlemen for their testimony and their service. And once again, Secretary Pompeo, thank you especially, or Secretary Panetta, thank you especially for your incredible work with the intelligence community in the lead up to the Abbottabad mission. That was some great patriotic work, and this country is eternally indebted to your leadership. I yield back.
Thank you. At some point, someone will play you in a movie too, Mr. Secretary Pompeo. Fear not.
I fear that's true.
Yeah. Mr. Kim is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the two of you for coming on out and talking to us here. Secretary Panetta, I'd like to start with you. I've been listening to your responses to some of these questions. You've had a couple of really great points I'd love to flesh out and bring out some more. You talked about deterrence and the critical nature of two components there in terms of our military and our economic strength. But also you, in response to one of my colleagues, talked about the importance of sending a signal to the world that we're strong and the credibility that's there. And so I want to try to merge these together because, you know, when I had a conversation once with a leader from the Indo-Pacific region, they were talking about, look, the American military strength is here. They're asking, the United States is asking us to join that component. We're having these talks about economic strength, and yes, that's part of it. But what they pointed out was one thing. They said that the number one question that they talk about amongst themselves about what to do with the United States and China, and that other countries are talking about, is this singular question, which is America a reliable partner? And they said it to me in a way that they just said, we know the answer to that right now. All the challenges that we see, domestic turmoil and other things like that. So I guess I wanted to ask you, when you talk about deterrence with military and economic strength as these two pillars, would you be amenable to the idea of kind of adding a third pillar there of political strength too? Of showing that, if you have the strong military, the strong economy, without that component of being able to have a government that can make decisions decisively, quickly, that it weakens the components of the other elements of deterrence. Is that something that makes sense to you?
No, it makes a great deal of sense. Look, what represents the power of the United States? Obviously, our military capability, our diplomatic capability, our economic strength. Those are the strengths of the United States. But most important is the word of the United States, and whether we stand by our word, whether we are credible. And so when it appears that we are weak in the sense of delivering what we promised we would do, it hurts our credibility. I mean, I've been abroad, just like you have, and I've talked to foreign leaders. And the question that they inevitably ask is, what's happening in the United States?
Yeah.
Can we trust the president? Can we trust the Congress? Can we trust an ally? Those are the questions I get. And I'm sure others have gotten the same question.
Yeah, thank you.
And the important thing is that we have to show that what we say we will do, we do. And if we back away from that, it sends the wrong message to the world.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary. Secretary Pompeo, I'd love to kind of bring you into this, with the challenges that you see before us, the fact that two of you served here in Congress and you're seeing what we're up to, the challenges we're facing, this constant threat of a government shutdown that we just keep struggling with, this issues with the supplemental. I guess I wanted to ask your thoughts of what Secretary Panetta just said. What is the importance of our ability to fix our own system and get our own house in order, show that the bipartisanship that we have here is something that can extend to 435 in the House and 100 in the Senate. I'd be interested in your thoughts.
Yes, I lived the dream as well. Passed a handful of continuing resolutions on my watch too, much to the Department of Defense's consternation, right? We couldn't redirect our resources. The same was true during my time in the executive branch. I watched Congress unable to actually move resources to the current day challenges. As time moves on, one needs to be able to, then continuing resolutions prevent that. So I was a big advocate for trying to work through the appropriations process, get that done. But I'm also mindful these are serious matters, and there are differences in judgment and opinion. I don't mind that the to and fro, the angst that people somehow describe. I'm unbothered by a rambunctious American democracy. That never troubles me. In the end, we have to deliver the policy prescriptions that get it right. I heard, maybe this is the first place we'll disagree. I heard Secretary Panetta speak earlier about deterrence in Ukraine and Xi Jinping. I think Xi Jinping saw what happened, an invasion of Vladimir Putin in Ukraine, and he is not suggesting that we should pat ourselves on the back in America, right? The one free bite at the apple killing tens of thousands of Ukrainians is not something that we should be proud of. We lost deterrence in Ukraine. We shouldn't applaud ourselves for rallying NATO. That's great. I'm glad the Europeans stood up. But we should remember that we did not conduct American foreign policy with the diplomatic excellence and the military power to actually convince Putin not to invade Ukraine. We have to win these things. It is insufficient to catch incoming missiles, right? You have to hold your adversary at risk. And as we think about the CCP, this was my central theory. This was to what Congressman Barr said. My effort as Secretary of State was to remind the world that if we don't hold the CCP at risk, if we simply play defense economically, defense diplomatically, we allow a spy balloon to travel over our country for 5 days and then hold a press conference announcing what brilliance it was to shoot it down over South Carolina. Right? That Xi Jinping gets that he's on offense, we're on defense, and that is not a good place for the United States to be.
Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretaries, welcome this morning. It's an honor to have you both here. And Mr. Panetta, just so you know, your son is honorably carrying on the tradition of public service. I guess the jury's out on it.
I appreciate that.
Should we take
keep
a
it
poll?
family affair.
Good. So peace through strength, that's something that we've lived with and have tried to exercise for many decades. And I think I agree with both your comments in that regard. You know, we as a committee went through a tabletop exercise. Some people call it a war game to see what scenarios and outcomes would look like in the event of China moving on Taiwan. I heard someone say that it was a prevent war games because at the conclusion of that, no outcome was anything that anybody would like to see on both, I think on either side. The cost would be very high. One of the goals, I think, of many people is to have President Xi wake up every morning and think, today's not the day. That there are so many deterrents staring him in the face that he would come to that conclusion. And I think I've heard from Secretary Gates, Robert Gates, that no one in the Chinese military has experience on any kind of major war. No general has any war experience. And so there's a lot of reasons why maybe an invasion would not be their first course of action, which leads me to maybe a more probable course of action. I just returned from Japan recently, and the number of incursions in Taiwanese and Japanese airspace by aircraft from China is in the hundreds every year. The naval ships that the presence of the Chinese Navy on the eastern coast of Taiwan is constant. So if an invasion, all-out invasion at cost is too high and too difficult, what can we do as a country to prevent or stop or deter China from taking an easier route, perhaps, of a blockade and simply just strangling Taiwan from outside any travel or anything coming into the country?
There is no question that the most important thing we can do with regards to Taiwan is to strengthen their deterrence and to not only provide the arms, but provide the training necessary for them to be able to defend themselves, and to show that the United States will maintain a presence in that area with our Navy and with our other capabilities. It's important to make clear to China that they aren't going to have a free ride if they decide to make trouble for Taiwan. But it is very important that if we say we will defend them militarily, that we defend them militarily. And that means providing whatever support they need if they are, in fact, a victim of aggression by China. The thing that Xi is going to constantly be looking at is whether or not we are taking actions. This is not about words. This is about actions. And what we do to support Taiwan and to maintain a strong presence in the South China Sea, those are the kinds of actions that Xi will watch very closely and be deterred by.
Thank you. Mr. Pompeo?
Just two thoughts. I agree with Secretary Panetta. Two thoughts. A blockade gets ugly really quickly. The difference between an invasion and blockade is a continuum, for sure. Once product ceases to flow out of Taiwan into the rest of the world, a country upon Taiwan is a country upon which the entire world is dependent daily for deliveries across the world. It gets difficult very quickly. It gets difficult for the Vietnamese, the Japanese, the Philippines, the Australians, even more quickly than it does for us here in the United States. And so we should not, I guess my urging is not to think about the blockade as a more peaceful or more genteel solution to Xi Jinping's desire to bring Taiwan under his political control, but an act of war very much in the same way that an invasion would be.
Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to both of our witnesses. It's certainly quite significant to have both of you here testifying before our committee, and we Thank you for your time. Mr. Pompeo, in your testimony, you talk about the economic war and the war that we have been in and maybe sometimes pretending we aren't in. Do you see economics as the primary motivation for the CCP to align itself with American adversaries and in many respects taunt us on the global stage, or are there other motivations?
Thank you for the question, and thanks for the kind words. You actually got 100% of the former Italian-American CIA directors here today, so quite an accomplishment.
And I joined the Italian
Exactly.
caucus.
This is, thank you for that. We appreciate it. No, I actually think their primary motivation is ideological. It is, Xi Jinping is driven by a Marxist-Leninist ideology, a historic understanding of China as the middle kingdom of the central actor on the world stage, and he feels there is that their history has been wronged by the Western order. And so economics is a tool by which he seeks to achieve the global hegemony that he so seeks. But I think the motivation is much deeper and much darker than just trying to figure out how to make a few more renminbi for his people. This is not an effort to improve life for the Chinese people. This is an effort for aggregation of power for the Chinese Communist Party.
And as we look towards maintaining the post-World War II order, as you described in your testimony, what does that look like in this 80-year mark that we're about to hit since the end of World War II, and with some of the changing dynamics that have hit the West, particularly with Brexit as an example, as well as the West's reliance on CCP investment in their economy? How do we bring along our European allies to this deterrent strategy, given that you're a former Secretary of State and not a former head of Treasury?
Goodness. So in the end, the central thesis is got two legs to it. One is respecting national sovereignty. Nation states acting in their own self-interest. We marked it as America first. I always reminded others, when I was in Asia, I would remind that, ma'am, you think Bangladesh should be first, you're running that country. Sovereign nations acting in their own interest. And then second, the United States has a deep interest in protecting basic freedoms and property rights and contractual capacity to deliver against increasing efforts to undermine market-based economies, right? This is one of the central theories of Xi Jinping is show up in Africa with some stolen intellectual property from the United States that you built with cheap labor inside of China and then dump it on the world in an effort to aggregate political power. We have a model that is deeply different from that. We should not head down that route, but we have to make sure that an increasing number of nations benefit from these central ideas of basic property rights, contracts, the capacity to engage in relationships in a way that protect basic human dignity as well.
And the use of American innovation as a place of strength, not to be exploited through those who do not necessarily share our goals for free and open capital markets success. And there's a lot to be said around this idea of how we maintain the post-World War II order and redefine it for the time period that we are in today. Looking not only back to a great history that defined so much economic success for individuals, but also for the world. And we need to think very strategically about how we're working with our allies, particularly on supply chains and access to minerals. And Mr. Panetta, with just the slight remaining time, would love to get any thoughts you have about Iran and what the CCP's motivations are, particularly as we're facing another pressure with democracy being under attack with our friend Israel, as well as some of the impeding terrorist demands that are coming down.
Okay. I think you get it, and you understand where we really have to go in order to develop the strength of the United States and our allies in economic competition with China. China engages with Belt and Road initiatives. They engage in spreading a lot of money around. They engage in building ports and doing all kinds of things that pretend to help countries. But let me tell you, it doesn't work because countries feel like they are not the ones that are really benefiting from this. And that's why the United States needs to continue to show how we should promote economic justice.
Thank you. Dr. Dunn.
Thought I was a little farther down the line. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several articles I'd like to enter first, and I'd like to enter those now, if I may. And I can read the names. 5 articles?
Without
No
objection. They're all
what from Afghanistan, Ukraine, Iran, Israel, the Biden administration has categorically failed they failed on foreign policy. They failed to deter war, the very first mission of diplomacy. From the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan to the lack of guidance in Ukraine and delayed support for Israel, and now delayed responses on the drone attack on American servicemen in Jordan. It's all a failure of deterrence. And it's how much easier is it to fail when your U.S. president turns over $6 billion to Iran. The Iranian government is constantly working to destabilize the Middle East, and they pose a danger to our allies in the region. They're a known funder of terrorism, and they pose a direct threat to national security. We can't economically support them. Let me say, Mr. Secretaries, I've never said that before, Mr. Secretaries. Never before have we had a more august pair of experts on international policy before us. So thank you very much for being here. And Secretary Panetta, I wanted to thank you for your earlier comments about the willingness of our young men and women to defend America and the free world. One of my sons served under you when you were SecDef in the Middle East in multiple tours, and I saw the same determination that you described. And I'll add everybody's telling you how well Jimmy's behaving. He's been outstanding. He's just terrific. He hasn't ever had a day when people said so many nice things about him. Secretary Pompeo, thank you very much for being here today and for your continued public service on foreign affairs and diplomatic policy, even in the face of Iranian death threats and bounties on your life. With all the separate attacks that we're seeing across the world, it can certainly look like our growing number of adversaries are acting independently, but I think we know that's not the case. There is this sort of global alliance against democracy, the rules-based order of nations. And our NATO allies actually have risen to this fact and declared their concerns in these other theaters, such as the Indo-Pacific and the Middle East. I wonder if you would clarify for us this threat to the free world for our folks back home, because it doesn't always, they don't always think about that in a larger sense.
So it is the case, as you've described. These are all linked. These are not independent strategies. They may be an independent theater, separate theaters, but make no mistake about it. There are Iranian drones going to Russia to kill Ukrainian kids. There's Russian energy flowing to China. There's Chinese semiconductors flowing to the Russian defense industry. Iranian oil into both Russia and China. These actors are working to undermine the things that matter most to us here at home. It's hard sometimes when I represented South Central Kansas. It's hard to appreciate when you're going about your life, raising your family. It's hard to appreciate that there is evil in the world that is a staggering confrontation to our way of life as we find it. We always, in America, we try to find the best in people. We're always optimistic, but having spent time, as I know Secretary Burnett with some of the most evil human beings that have ever walked the face of the earth during our lifetimes, these folks want bad things for us. They want to undermine that very idea of freedom here at home, and we have a responsibility to get it right economically, diplomatically, and make sure we have a strong military to defend those two.
Well, I agree with you greatly. I appreciate the both of you gentlemen lending your life of service and knowledge and insights to this committee. This committee has been behaving very, very bipartisan fashion. I think we all agree that we have a serious problem in front of us, and it's our job to rally our friends around us and our colleagues and support these things in the world. Thank you so much for coming here and shoring up our determination. I appreciate that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Auchincloss.
Mr. Chairman, this hearing is an opportunity to highlight the dangers of authoritarianism, not just abroad, but also the threats we face at home. In your testimony, Mr. Pompeo, you cite a lack of decency and respect for vital institutions in our own culture as a troubling sign for our nation's future, that a nation and society intent on despising and destroying itself will not prevail. It's a worthy message undercut by the record of its messenger. A messenger who cited the insurrection that occurred here on January 6th as an example of, quote, a peaceful transition of power. January 6, 2021 was Xi Jinping's best day in office. It aids its own democracy on the world stage for people all over to witness. It undermines our ability to lead and the power of our example. What kind of example are we setting when former administrations take the side of dictators? What kind of example are we setting when your former boss, the likely presidential nominee of your party, is promising to be a dictator? Mr. Pompeo, you write that, quote, regimes in Moscow, Tehran, Pyongyang, and Caracas all owe their continued existence to the Chinese Communist Party.
Some of these
You omit
Democrats
that
just
prior
can't
to his
help
invasion of Ukraine, you
themselves,
described
and
Putin as, quote,
they have
very
to
capable,
bring Trump
end quote,
in.
and said you
Find
had, quote,
any
enormous
excuse to bring
respect
Trump
for him.
in.
Also missing from your remarks, these regimes have an ally in Donald Trump. Just this month, Donald Trump praised Kim Jong-un at a rally in New Hampshire, referring to him as, quote, a tough, smart guy.
Just because he says he's tough
While
and
in office,
smart
he
doesn't
considered
mean
meeting with
he
Maduro and second-guessed his
likes
own
him or is
administration's recognition of
praising him.
Guaido as Venezuela's legitimate president. He rejected his own intelligence agencies, including the CIA, which you were the director of at the time, on the world stage during his shameful Helsinki summit, and denied the evidence that Moscow interfered in our elections. On one thing, though, we do agree. Our democracy is stronger when we invest in and celebrate our free society. We have the tools to outcompete autocracies at home and abroad, but it's not just, as you say, a strong military and a strong economy. It's also a strong democracy. Secretary Panetta, you make this clear in your remarks. Quote, the greatest threat to national
Incorrect.
security
We're a
is if we fail to
constitutional
govern our
republic, not
democracy. I
a
agree with you.
democracy.
But Mr. Pompeo, this cannot happen if we defy reality and rewrite history for political expediency. So now, on behalf of your call for respect for vital
That is
institutions,
correct,
will
but
you
you're
here
trying to
attest
rewrite
now under oath
history by calling us a
that
democracy.
Joe Biden was duly elected in a free and fair election?
Well, so much for bipartisanship of this committee. Well done, sir. You have destroyed
Will
that.
you
Yes, thank you.
attest under oath that Joe Biden was duly elected in a free and fair election?
That has
Out of
nothing to
out of
do with
respect for
what
the vital
they're talking
institutions
about
of our
right now.
democracy, as you write.
Yes, sir. I've spent my entire life, my time in service as a lieutenant and a captain in the United States Army, as a member of Congress.
Will
as
you
CIA director.
attest
Sir,
that
may
Joe Biden won a free and fair election?
This
as
is
the duly elected
ridiculous.
President of the United States?
Of course, President Biden is the duly elected president of the United States. But if you'll allow me to
In a
respond to
free
your
and fair
diatribe
election,
for a
the
moment, sir,
witness
if you would permit that, that'd be most decent and bipartisan, institution respecting, if you would do that.
In a free and fair election?
May I just respond to the tirade that you engaged in?
Will you
That'd
answer
be,
the- will
you know,
you
if you
answer
want
the
to
yes or
protect,
no question
if you
that
want
he
to
won a free
protect
and fair election?
institutions, you would call witnesses and permit them to respond when you make assertions that are fundamentally unfounded and indecent, sir.
With the witness unwilling to respond to the question, we're going to assert that his answer was no. Mr. Panetta, if a Republican were to win in November, would you recognize that individual as the duly elected president of the United States? Of course. Is the right answer, Mr. Pompeo. I yield back.
I wish Secretary Clinton would.
I
wish Secretary Clinton would be so clear about her election as well.
We have we have a minute and 10 seconds that I'll give to Secretary Pompeo to answer the question.
Just this. We did have a peaceful transition of power from the Trump administration to the Biden administration. I was present for that. I saw my State Department
Thank you, sir.
work diligently to deliver the information that Secretary Blinken desperately needed to get started on the right foot, and I have been proud to work alongside Secretary Blinken.
Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my
Gentleman
time, sir.
has yielded to me. I have given that time to Secretary Pompeo.
I'd like to see a show of hands who here thinks it was peaceful on January 6, 2021.
What are you doing?
Good question.
The last thought, and by the way, I was happy that the State Department executed that tradition with such aplomb and such excellence. The second thought is this. Look, we'll have partisan disagreements on many things. I think it is a factual matter. You recounted a number of foreign policy. I think it's a factual matter that the world was in less conflict 3 years ago than it is today. Secretary Blinken just yesterday said that not since 1973 has the Middle East been so dangerous. I agree with him on that. It was safer 3 years ago because we had established a deterrence model that was successful at preventing invasion of Europe, the debacle in Afghanistan, the good work that we did. You'll recall that the Trump administration was the first administration to actually provide defensive weapon systems to Ukraine when the Obama administration had concluded it could not or would not do so. These were things that kept the American people safe. It wasn't partisan, it wasn't political, it was good policy.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretaries, thank you very much for being articulate and logical voices about the power of deterrence, about the importance of American leadership, and about the very real risk posed by this authoritarian alignment between China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and others. We've talked a lot about that authoritarian alignment of external actors. I'm curious, to what extent does that alignment extend to within our own borders? To what extent has the Chinese Communist Party identified and invested in partners that seek to undermine our country from within? And Mr. Pompeo, or rather Secretary Pompeo, we can, or yeah, go ahead, Mr. Panetta.
That was one of the great concerns we saw when I was director of the CIA. It was obvious that China had an extensive intelligence network at play, and that through their technology, they were deliberately planning methods of gathering intelligence, whether it was Huawei, or other sales, that they were using that for intelligence. They are very aggressive within the United States now on disinformation. We know that Putin waged a disinformation campaign as well. China's doing exactly the same thing, using artificial intelligence very effectively to spread disinformation and misinformation in this country. So that, I think, remains a significant concern, that at a time when, you know, they talk about dialogue and the time when they talk about trying to improve relations, we cannot underestimate their efforts to basically undermine our democracy.
I give just two quick thoughts, but I agree with Secretary Panetta that we should never forget this information space in social media and how the Chinese Communist Party has communist-directed entities that are on every one of our children's cell phones, passing information that is deeply filtered, designed for our young people here to undermine their idea and their understanding of America and our foundational ideas. We have to take serious action there. Second thought, you know, it seems like a long time ago, but don't forget, this is the very Xi Jinping that unleashed a virus upon the world, that killed millions of people, including over 1 million people in the United States. It gets seldom referenced. It's hard to imagine the staggering impact that COVID had on the world, and yet no one's held Xi Jinping accountable, not for the leak from his lab, which happened, but for the fact that once he was aware that he had a leak from his lab of a relatively lethal, relatively contagious virus, he foisted upon the world. He made a decision to hide the data, to hide the information, to off the researchers, and to put thousands of people on airplanes and transit them across the world with the death and destruction and the economic harm that followed from that. This is the very same Xi Jinping that is working here in the United States against us.
It's pretty well in the record of this committee that the algorithms of TikTok in America are designed to deliver trash to American youth. The algorithms in China deliver a more virtuous content. Because of that and other reasons, I have a tendency to describe TikTok as nothing more than CCP malware. Is that hyperbolic, or is that accurate?
No, I happen to think it's accurate.
It has to be fixed, and it's not. I would only add, it's not just TikTok. It's deeper. It's broader. It's more pervasive in the way that Secretary Panetta described it. And so this effort at information warfare is something it's hard for democracies to defend because we have wide open societies. And I get that, and I'm happy about that. But we have to do it, and we have the tools to do it as well.
Well, go ahead, Secretary Panetta.
By the way, I think I think it also raises the importance of our ability to have good intelligence on China. We need good intelligence on our adversaries. We get intelligence even on our allies. But intelligence is critical to our ability to make the right decisions. And I have to tell you, China is a very tough target. And it's not easy to be able to penetrate and get the kind of intelligence that we absolutely need if we're going to deal with China.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. I fear that much of America is still sleepwalking through the very real threat that every single day China, Russia, and others have thousands of people and millions of dollars at work and undermining our country in the ways you described. Thank you for calling attention to that threat. With that, I yield.
Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretaries Pompeo and Panetta, for joining us today. The United States faces an array of threats around the world, the likes of which we have not seen in decades. It is clear U.S. global leadership is critical at a time when our competitors, like the Chinese Communist Party, are manufacturing strategic alliances to challenge us. However, there must be other ways to avoid a spiral of competition in which the CCP increasingly supports oppressive states like Russia, North Korea, and Iran, forcing us to respond. And as we know, conflict on the international stage can have impacts seen at the local level, including higher prices at the gas pumps and grocery stores and longer shipping times for U.S. consumers to get the goods they need. This is a cycle of ever greater conflict, which we must break if we are to work together in the global community to solve our biggest challenges like climate change, migration, and nuclear proliferation. So, Secretary Panetta, since we cannot draw any of these hostile nations into our orbit, what can we do to break the cycle and disrupt the formation of CCP-led strategic alliances before they cement?
Look, I think we have to stand back and look at that dangerous world that's out there, and look at all the flashpoints that are part of that world, and the threats coming from China, from Russia, from North Korea, from Iran, from terrorists. It is a troublesome world. And I often think, how does the United States confront that many challenges? The only way we can confront those challenges is through building alliances. That's the only way we're going to be able to deal with it. It has to be not only the United States, but it has to be our allies. And by the way, the one thing about these autocrats is they're not very good at alliances. They're not very good at building their own alliances. That's our advantage. So we need to strengthen NATO. We need to strengthen our relationship with both Israel and moderate Arab nations in the Middle East. We need to strengthen our relationship in the Pacific between Japan, South Korea, Australia, India, the Quad. We need to build those relationships. We need to do it in Latin and Central America, and we need to do it in Africa. That, I think, is going to be the most fundamental task, is how we effectively build those alliances so that we can confront these adversaries with our allies.
And while we aim for a more productive global community, we must continue to operate in the reality of these times. I am clear-eyed on the need for the U.S. to remain a steady, solid, and sound defender of the rules-based international order. When democracies anywhere are threatened, whether Japan, South Korea, or Taiwan, it is our moral duty to step up and lend a helping hand. President Biden has led the world in support for democracies under threat, like Ukraine and Israel, but Congress needs to do more to provide the resources the president requested in his national security emergency supplemental. Without these essential resources, our allies would be left in the cold. Secretary Panetta, what would you say are the most critical pieces of President Biden's national security supplemental requests, particularly with regards to Taiwan?
She's angling to get him to say that we need to give Ukraine money.
Look, I think that supplemental is a very important request that will benefit our foreign policy in the world. Our ability to provide military aid to Ukraine. We've delayed this for too long, and Ukraine has suffered as a result of that. And the last damn thing we want is to give Putin an advantage in Ukraine. So that is extremely important. Aid to Israel, we know how important that is in order to give them the capability they need in order to defend themselves. And Taiwan, obviously, another democracy that is under threat. So every one of those pieces that are critical to the supplemental, I think the president has obviously made that request, but very frankly, I think the bipartisan support in the Congress is there to pass that package. We just need to get there. And I understand that we need a deal, and I understand we need to protect our border as well. All of that is critical, though, to being able to show the world that the United States stands by our word.
And thank you. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. 11 a.m. is a hard stop. The math doesn't currently work out if everybody stays here, but we're going to power through and get as many done up to 11. Ms. Hinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you both for being here and for your service to our country and for sharing your insights so our committee can do this very important work. It's obviously hugely challenging hearing about the lengths that the PRC will go to continue to undermine us. They are aligned against us for their agenda, which is to spread their authoritarian regime, not just through China and suppress the Chinese people, but continue to do this around the world. So obviously very concerning. While they care deeply about their surveillance state globally, they care about spreading that influence through the debt trap diplomacy, as I've heard you both reference, the Belt and Road Initiative and the initiatives that they have tried to use to undermine and overpower these partnerships and relationships. Really, as we know, are really nothing more than an attempt to spread their authoritarian regime around the world and to undermine us in that process. So I want to focus on BRICS and the relationships there. Obviously, they have opened up BRICS to OPEC countries, and so when we talk about energy and the vulnerabilities that exist there, with UAE, Iran, Saudi Arabia, how concerning is it that that bloc will really control the lion's share of oil production in the world, and what do you think that means for the United States and what our next steps need to be? That's directed at either of you. So
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman Hinson. The United States is the swing producer for energy in the world, if we permit it to be so. Secretary Panetta said, I think it's an enormous mistake to even pause the production of LNG or the export of LNG, because that will cause downstream. The capital markets will stop underwriting LNG production and we will have a gap. The United States should remain that. If we do that, if we continue to produce, we will be the producer of choice, and we will be the swing producer on price. Second, we're also an enormous consumer of energy as well. And so those countries that think they can form markets to the exclusion of U.S. consumers, U.S. industrial consumers and retail consumers, I think they're making a mistake, because we also drive price from the demand end as well. And so they're gonna do what they're gonna do. The last thing I'll say about that is, remember, those alliances form more strongly when our allies don't have confidence that the United States stands with them. When you tell the leader of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that he is a pariah, he is more likely to choose to align himself with our adversaries than he is with the United States. Those are fundamental errors in understanding how these nations operate, and we should never take for granted what Secretary Panetta said, which is that we have the capacity to build alliances out that will deliver good things for the American people. And if we get that piece right, America will be in a much better, stronger position.
do you have anything to add, Secretary Panetta?
No, I agree with what Mike said. It is, we have, in dealing with this challenge from autocracy in the world, we have several areas that represent the strength of the United States. Our military power, our diplomatic power, our economic power, and our energy power. All are critical to our ability to be able to deal with these challenges that we're facing in the world. So on energy, it just seems to me extremely important that the alliances we build in order to make sure that we are developing an independent source of energy, and that we are working towards the ability to undermine Russia's ability and Iran's ability to control that area. imagine if we could get our act together on energy, how effective that would be in undermining those countries.
Yeah, we say in Iowa, all of the above, energy strategy and all of the below. So we're trying to do a little bit of everything. I think when you look at their strategy for BRICS and then you combine that with their strategy with Belt and Road, obviously um, you look at that debt trap diplomacy and what they've been able to do in South America. You talked a little bit about the instability there and potentially the war closer to home, Mr. Secretary, as well as what we've seen with kind of these unfulfilled loans and investments and China's ability to call on that capital. What do you think the United States role needs to be in countering that? I just met with DJ Nordquist this morning to talk about, the World Bank and how our financial situation and how China is trying to grow influence there. So they're trying to pull these levers everywhere they're operating. What do you think our next step needs to be?
I don't have much time, but let me just say one thing. When you mentioned the World Bank and our role in these things, we should never mistake our desire for the global system to work for reliance on these international organizations. My experience as Secretary of State was the UN was a wreck, that the World Bank was largely Chinese influenced. These institutions, these historic, a World Health Organization during the time of COVID, I could go on and on and on. We sometimes in America think international, therefore existing structures and frameworks. We should revisit each of those. If they are not functioning in a way that delivers for America, we should evaluate America's continued participation in each of those institutions.
Mr. Carson.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you both. Good to see you again. Given PRC's economic interests and global motivations, what should we be doing in terms of watching China's expansion and their footprint in Africa?
Yeah, look, having visited Africa and seen it up close, there's no question in my mind that wherever you go, China is present. They're investing in Africa. Their Belt and Road Initiative is being implemented in Africa. They're developing ports. They're developing infrastructure. And the end result of it, and make no mistake about it, everything they're providing is not to try to help those countries develop independence and develop their own economic strength. It's to basically undermine it and do it in order for China to benefit from that. If there are minerals there, they're going to take advantage of those minerals. If there are other assets there, they're going to take advantage of those assets. They're in it for their own gain. And that's where I think the United States and our allies have to play a much more critical role to show African countries that we are there to help their people, not to help us.
I'd add, it's good to see you again, Congressman Carson. I'd only add this. In this sense, I think time is on our side a bit. My observation and that of my team when I was a Secretary of State was that many of these countries are beginning to see the folly of having taken so much resource and money from the Chinese Communist Party. It felt good in the moment, but they are now coming to appreciate what Secretary Panetta said, that they now have lost political power, political capacity, and that has constrained them. And that hurts them in terms of continuing to be able to represent their people and get good outcomes. It means we have to be more active. I tried to get the State Department to do better so that the West could compete in those places. I think we made a little bit of progress, a lot more work to do, but I think as time marches on, if we continue our efforts in the way that Secretary Panetta described, that ultimately the norms that we have come to believe in the West will be ones that Africa will largely adopt as well. I hope I'm right about that, and I think that I am.
Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank both of you for your tremendous service to our country, your commitment and dedication to what you've done to help make us a better country and a safer country. And I think it sends a strong message in a bipartisan way that both of you are here today and the message that you're sending. So grateful for that. I wanted to, this committee has focused on a number of different things over the last year. One is exposing the malign activities of the CCP that I think we've done a good job in doing. The second thing is figuring out how do we win the strategic competition against China. And in my view, winning that on the economic front is key to the future on how we do that. Going back over 20 years ago when we allowed China into the World Trade Organization. That seems to be a pivotal moment in this country. The argument at the time, none of us, I think, were in Congress then, but the argument was bring China into the World Trade Organization. They're going to modernize, they're going to liberalize, their economy is going to become more like us. They're going to be part of the world global order. Clearly, that didn't work out the way that many of us thought it would. They play by a different set of rules, different set of standards. They're deceitful in many ways, steal intellectual property. And so here we are today having to deal with that. But we also have the reality that we have the two largest economic powers in the world. I think about my own district, probably similar to yours, Secretary Pompeo, corn and soybeans. 40% goes to China every year. My farmers need to rely on that market to do it. Take your Fortune 200 companies that are heavily invested in China. They're in bed in many ways with the CCP in terms of their business there. I have the largest concentration of Caterpillar workers anywhere in the world. CAT has 29 manufacturing plants in China, 4 R&D facilities there, and you can take any company and look at that. So when we think about how do we win the strategic competition against China, it's tough because it's our people in this country willing to take the economic hit that may be required. And many of us here in Congress want to go to a Cold War mentality with China on an economic front. And so we hear constantly from the BRT, the Business Roundtable, the Chamber of Commerce companies that are in China saying, well, maybe you guys ought to hold off, pump the brakes, be careful about what you're doing. I'm curious, as we think about how we win the strategic competition economically, your advice on that.
I'll give you 2 thoughts. First, one, not fault those businesses for their activities there as a historic matter. We encouraged them to go there. This was, in fact, the model that you described from the accession to the World Trade Organization. Go there, be there, they'll become more like us. It just epically failed. It didn't work. It may have been reasonable at the time. What's that mean for Kansas farmers and for manufacturers across America who depend on it? It means 2 things. One, don't count on the fact that it will be a U.S. policy decision that drives them out of the country. We can see this already today. Executives being detained, products not being permitted to move. The Chinese Communist Party will have a say in the level of disconnection between our 2 economies. And I think Xi Jinping is intent upon making his country more self-reliant. So I would urge those leaders of those businesses to be thinking about alternative markets and how you de-risk your balance sheet from a presence in China today, and doing so immediately. The second piece is, and this is the policy role, we need to be clear about those things that are legal and illegal. It is difficult for business leaders when we tell them, oh, you ought not do that, but it is lawful. I promise you the Chinese Communist Party is telling them what is illegal inside of their country, and it is becoming more difficult, more punitive, and harder for them to operate in both of those environments. You, policymakers, have the responsibility to say, if you really want this disconnection, if you really want certain elements of supply chain moved, if you want them done, then we need to put a legal regime in place. And I promise you, the American economy will prosper. We will prevail. The Chinese Communist Party is far more dependent on America than we are on them, and we ought to use that to our advantage.
Thank you. Secretary Panetta.
Yeah, look, I agree with what Mike said. There are 2 important areas here. One is the competition in the economy, and there's nobody better at competition than the United States. Our farmers, our manufacturers, our businessmen. I mean, we know how to get it done. Innovation, creativity, that goes to the strength of our economy. So I think it is very important for the United States to be able to unleash that kind of creativity and capability. And too often we try to restrict it because of various rules, et cetera. We ought to be enhancing the freedom of our economy in order to allow people to compete and to develop the kind of products that sell in the world. Secondly, in dealing with China, and look, I'm a believer in free trade, but I'm also a believer in fair trade. And the problem with China is, you know, we engage in trade, but they don't believe in fair trade in the way they operate. And what we have to do is we've got to be able to put, and you did it with your recommendations on the economy. I think they're great recommendations. You got 152 recommendations. They're right on point. And one of those is making sure that we take the WTO and make certain that the WTO is strong enough to be able to say to China when it engages in unfair trade, that's what you're doing, and you're going to be penalized for that.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Torres.
Secretary Panetta, you and I share belief in American leadership. We share belief that America, for all its imperfections, is on balance a force for good in the world, and that America plays an indispensable role as the leader of the free world and the enforcer of the rules-based international order, and that the alternative, a world shaped in the totalitarian image of the CCP, is too terrifying to imagine. But that basic belief in the benignity and necessity of America's global leadership, which is the raison d'etre of the China Committee, has been eroding not only abroad but here at home, where we are witnessing the rise of isolationism on both the left and the right. And so America as a democracy, constrained as it should be by the consent of the governed, is American global leadership politically sustainable in the long run if American sentiment here at home takes a decidedly isolationist turn, as it did in the aftermath of World War I?
Yeah, look, we made that mistake before. Before World War II, this country decided that somehow it could be isolationist and not have to get involved in dealing with the challenges and the threats abroad. We learned our lesson. I hope we learned our lesson, which is that you can't put your head in the sand. In a global world, it's even more so. The United States has to be out there, has to be dealing with our allies, has to be developing relationships with those that agree with the goals that we seek. We have to be engaged with the world. We cannot just simply pull back and pretend that somehow we can escape our responsibilities in the world and just somehow focus on issues here in the United States. Yes, we have to be concerned about the United States. Yes, we have to be concerned about our economy, but we also have to be concerned about our role in the world. The United States has to be a world leader. If there's any lesson we learned from World War II, is that the United States is a world leader. And let me tell you something, if the United States is not a world leader, nobody else will play that role.
In your testimony, Secretary Panetta, you said that America needs to send a message that it stands by our allies. But Congress itself has sent nothing but mixed messaging. Even though there's overwhelming bipartisan bicameral support for Israel and Taiwan, there has been an indefinite delay in delivering aid to both countries. Congress fails to act not only when Democrats and Republicans disagree, we fail to act even when we agree. And if there were standalone bills on Israel and Taiwan with no poison pills, both bills would pass overwhelmingly in both chambers of Congress. And so given the risk that negotiations around Ukraine and immigration could languish indefinitely, do you believe that it might be necessary at some point to decouple Israel and Taiwan from the larger negotiations in order to pass them immediately as standalone bills?
Well, look, as a former member of Congress, I've said in my over 50 years of public life, I've seen Washington at its best, and I've seen Washington at its worst. The good news is I've seen Washington work. The reason I said I had the best job in the world as a member of Congress is because Republicans and Democrats, when I was here, worked together. We worked together and we got things done. We had good relationships. And when an issue like aid to a foreign country came around, we worked together. Look, I understand that politics is involved. I understand that there's the give and take. I mean, that's what democracy is all about. And I understand that dynamic. But in the end, it isn't about scoring political points. It's about governing. You guys aren't elected to come back here and pound your shoe on the table. You're elected to come back here and govern. That's what people elect you for. And for that reason, ultimately, people who of goodwill need to sit down, develop whatever deal they can develop, and get it passed. And if they can't get a deal, then there is no question that they have got to move Ukraine aid, Israel aid, and Taiwan aid on its own.
And I guess I have 10 seconds left. Do you feel China is emboldened by Donald Trump's America First isolationism or deterred by it?
Look,
Was that for me?
Oh, that's
for
time has
Secretary Panetta.
expired, and we were trying to hit the 11 o'clock deadline. Mr. Banks is recognized.
Secretary Pompeo, I'm not sure the world has ever experienced.
Questions for the record will be considered.
Secretary Pompeo, I'm not sure the world has ever experienced the American foreign policy whiplash from peace through strength, the swagger of the Trump-Pompeo approach, to the weakness and appeasement that we see coming from the current administration. Why did Putin wait for you and President Trump to leave office before he invaded Ukraine?
It's good to see you again. Look, I try to take a fact-based approach to these things. I often get asked, would these things have happened if you all were still there? I avoid answering those. I can only articulate that they did not. I can only articulate that, Putin decided that it was not a wise time to invade Ukraine while we were there, and then shortly thereafter began to continue his effort to take more of Ukraine. He took a fifth of Ukraine under President Obama, 0% during our time, and then went at it again. In the end, Putin didn't change. Putin's been the same guy since he was a young KGB officer. His desire for greater Russia is deep and embedded in his DNA. The only thing that stops these bad actors from roaming free around the world is an America prepared to respond in a way that puts more costs on them than the benefits of action.
So fast forward, last weekend, 3 of our American heroes were killed by a drone operated by the Houthis. What would have been the swift, appropriate reaction to hold those accountable for killing our American heroes?
It's hard to know, Congressman, exactly the response at an operational level that we would have taken. Deterrence is always temporary. It's one of the things I reminded everyone in the administration. When you have deterrence for a moment, you can squander it so quickly. And frankly, that's what has happened. We've lost that moment. By the way, we had risk too. There were rounds fired at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad when I was a Secretary of State. We armed the damn thing to the teeth to protect our young men and women who were there, military and diplomatic women that were in that facility. And then when we were beginning to have deterrence slip, we took a strike on General Soleimani that restored that very deterrence for a time, for a period. I think the Trump administration would have recognized long ago, this would have been before October 7th, that you can't negotiate with the Ayatollah. You can't release sanctions and allow them to grow their foreign exchange reserves from $4 billion to over $50 or $60 billion. That money will be used for terror, and this is now the risk that we have in the escalations taking place as a result of the United States and our allies and partners having lost that deterrent capability and will.
Secretary Pompeo, you notably warned our nation's governors about not getting too entwined and entangled with the Chinese Communist Party, as many of them did. As Washington becomes more aware of the China threat, the CCP has targeted many of our state's governors. This morning, the Washington Post published a story about the CCP's United Front efforts amping up their engagement with our nation's mayors, including the mayor of Carmel, Indiana, in my state, the former mayor, he just left office, who went on lavish trips to China and engaged at a high level with Chinese officials in their country. Why should our nation's mayors stray away from these types of entanglements with the sister cities projects and other CCP United Front efforts?
You know, Congressman Banks, it's in some ways parallel to what we were talking about in Africa, right? The Chinese Communist Party will always show up at people's doors with things that feel good. The remarks I made to the National Governors Association, I had to run through a State Department roadblock to make those remarks. It was hard for even the State Department to see this threat, not just at the federal level, but this was to a series of governors. And I now remind people, the Chinese Communist Party is showing up at school board meetings. They're showing up at city council meetings and county commission meetings all across America. In your state, Chairman Gallagher, in Wisconsin, they made a hard play for your state legislative body. They are determined to propagate their efforts. They want to make friends so that when they're confronted, they can turn to their friends and say, we're not such bad guys after all. The Chinese Communist Party is truly evil. They will work at every level of government. They will work against our private sector as well. They'll show up at PTA meetings if that's what it takes. This is an effort at every level for the Chinese Communist Party to have a capacity to influence our
Can you expand on why
government.
the sister cities program is so dangerous?
When the Chinese Communist Party shows up at your school and offers a free swing set, it is not because they care about the health of your children. That's maybe the simplest way to articulate Sister Cities programs and the Confucius Institutes and
Wow,
all of these
that's
United
crazy.
Front efforts inside of our country. They may show up and give you some temporary lift, but in the end, it is about them, not about us.
Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Panetta and Secretary Pompeo, for your service to our country. As you know, we hollowed out a lot of our manufacturing in this country, and a lot of it went to China. China has a massive trade deficit. We still have a massive trade deficit with China, and China has trade surpluses with Japan, with South Korea, with India, engaged in unfair economic competition. Would you think it's reasonable for the United States to explicitly have a goal to try to reduce the trade deficit with China by 10% every year, or some metric, so that we can rebalance the relationship?
I think it is very important for the United States to be able to develop industry, manufacturing, develop those products that are important, particularly to our national security. And you're right, we've hollowed out that capability over the last few years. We need to be able to make clear that we are going to develop the kind of security that we need. And yeah, I think limits make sense as part of that package of developing our own capabilities and manufacturing and industry.
Secretary Pompeo?
Yeah, I'd add, seems largely right. I'd add only this. We should begin the focus on things that really matter as opposed to trade more generally. I'm happy to think our way through that, but the initial problem set is at the dual use technologies, AI, all of the places where the next generation of American manufacturing will actually evolve from, right? The manufacturer, I ran a machine shop in Wichita, Kansas, probably the only Secretary of State with that in his background of even for the next 250 years. In the end, we ran machines, we were good, but in the end, it was technology innovation and the intellectual property against which we were building those manufactured goods, which were most important to the workforce and my capacity to grow my business. And I think that's true today. We ought to make sure we protect those things, and we can get that right as a policy matter pretty straightforward. And I've watched as you all have tried to tackle that, and I hope you all can make even more progress there.
One of the things that I'm working on a bipartisan basis is seeing how we can have steel, and clean steel in particular, returned to the United States. I mean, hollowed out in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, Warren, Ohio, Downriver, Michigan. Keith Crotch, who worked for you, Secretary Pompeo, was one of the originators of the Chips and Science Act. I mean, that I give him credit, even as we worked with Todd Young and Chairman Gallagher was in an earlier part of the Endless Frontiers. And we did that for chips. Can we do that for steel, which is to say the next generation of steel, which is going to be direct reduction impact in Toledo or hydrogen? Why can't we lead in something like that and have the government partner with the Cleveland Cliffs on an issue like that, like we did for chips? I mean, we went from the largest exporter of steel. Now 9 out of the 15 biggest steel companies are in China. So one, would you support a chips-like approach to new modern steel plants in the United States? And second, if you could just add, since then I'll give you the rest of the time, I don't understand how we're even thinking of letting Nippon Steel buy U.S. steel. I mean, Japan would never let us buy one of their steel plants. I mean, why is this even a question?
I guess I'll start with the second one and then the first one. I actually encourage foreign direct investment in the United States. I think it's incredibly important. It has created thousands and thousands of jobs in my hometown of Wichita, Kansas. Foreign companies who say, Japanese, European companies who want to come invest in America and create jobs. South Koreans now investing enormous amounts of money in Texas to build semiconductor fab. I think we should be enormously supportive of foreign direct investment when it wants to come here on American terms, and these are our friends and allies. Second, I did support the Chips and Science Act. It was with a touch of reluctance in my heart, but it was between Secretary Ross and myself and our two teams. And by the way, Secretary Raimondo has been fantastic on this. I credit the Biden administration for this. This was a set of technologies that mattered, and we had none of it here at home. I think that's the quintessential model for when someone needs to use American taxpayer dollars as a form of industrial policy. I think we need to be very careful about how and when we do that. And I prefer competition as the model, but when the competition is unfair and capital markets won't support an important technology for our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, then I think we can do that. And if someone could make the case that steel were so, I'd support it. I wonder if those industrial metals don't end up, if you put a tariff on them or a tax on them, if it doesn't end up costing the American industry more than it gains them.
Gentlemen's time expired. We have 4 minutes to do Molinar, Whitman, and Steele. The Congresswoman, not Steele. We can do it. We're going to lead off with Molinar. And
All right, gentlemen, thank you, and I will be very quick. Appreciate your service. There is a Chinese company building an electric vehicle battery plant in my district. As part of the project, they plan to bring 20 to 50 Chinese nationals to Michigan. What do you feel are the odds of those nationals may engage in espionage for the CCP while they're in the United States? I know you've both been involved in looking at these kinds of things. Secretary Pompeo, you were issuing work visas to Chinese nationals as part of the State Department. I wondered if you'd both comment on that.
Look, I don't think there's any question that they're going to take advantage of that situation, and I think we have to be very vigilant about what the hell's going on. That's just the way they operate. They'll establish a manufacturing unit, they'll establish whatever they can, and then they will use that for their own intelligence purposes. They will use that for their own economic purposes. They'll use it to be able to gain the kind of advantages that they want that are counter, frankly, to the interests of the United States. I think it is very important in those situations to make sure that that the United States and that our intelligence capabilities are being used to make sure that we know what they are doing that could hurt the United States.
I think it is worse than the fact that they will engage in espionage. I think that's just top of the list. They will use this in ways that will leverage Chinese advantage. These plants are deeply dangerous to our national security and ought not be built.
Thank you. And then one last question. One of the concerns, you've talked about the Belt and Road initiatives, China spreading money around. One of the concerns I've had is in some of our, like in the Inflation Reduction Act, we provide green energy tax credits. This company would actually likely be applying for a green energy tax credit, so we could actually be supplying American taxpayer dollars to fund this project. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, I'm against it. Trying to be quick.
Thank you.
By the way, it's not just that. You cite a good example, a marquee example, one that's been very public. There are dozens of these taking place, and I promise you, the Chinese Communist Party is not subsidizing American companies that are acting in America's interests inside of China that benefit the United States of America.
Thank you. Secretary Panetta?
Look, I think we have to obviously be innovative in the way we use economic assistance, but we also have to be careful in the way we do it. And I think if we're going to provide funds, we better make damn sure they're not being used for purposes that undermine our national security.
Thank you both very much. I yield back, Mr.
Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Panetta, thanks again for your service to our nation. You both have had extensive experience as cabinet members in dealing with the CCP. So you have that direct experience and you see where things are today. Tell us, what is the most significant change that you have seen with the CCP? And do you think today that Xi Jinping and the CCP are more likely or less likely to take decisive action to reunify Taiwan?
Briefly, please.
As I mentioned in my testimony, I've visited with Xi a number of times when I was both director as well as Secretary of Defense. And at the time, I remember one conversation where he was being critical that we were rebalancing our force to the Pacific. And I said, look, we're a Pacific power. We have every right to have a presence in the Pacific. What you ought to be interested in is what you can do to work with us to deal with North Korea, to deal with the problems of trade, to deal with the problems of a free sea approach to trafficking and to our Navy. And he said something about, yeah, if we could work together, we could develop peace and prosperity. That was the Xi that I saw, but he's changed. There's no question about it. And we could talk about the reasons. There are a lot of reasons why it's happened, but there's no question in my mind that Xi has been cornered in a number of ways, both in the way he dealt with COVID as well as the way he's dealing with his economy. There is one fundamental focus that Xi has. It's on China. It's on China. And his problem right now is that China is eroding from under him. And I think that makes him more dangerous, not less.
I'd concur. Secretary Panetta dealt with a very different Xi Jinping than we dealt with. Over time, he changed, his objective changed. He created more power, I think, gave him more freedom to move, and I think it's much more likely that he will continue his, if not militarily, his political efforts to bring political control to Taiwan.
Look at Ms.
Thank you, Mr.
Steele.
Chairman.
We've hurt U.S. Steel here. Go ahead.
Both secretaries came from California, and especially for Secretary Pompeo, you actually came from my district, city of Fountain Valley, and thank you for coming out today. I wish I have a little time, but you know what, since I'm a junior member, and you know what, don't have time, but I just want to say thank you.
Great. We appreciate that. Thank you to both of our witnesses in what was almost a perfect hearing, but graded against the curve of Congress. We're still doing pretty well. And questions for the record are due 1 week from today. And with that, the committee is adjourned. No selfies with the witnesses. They got to go.
All right, let me pull up the other hearing and we will keep moving on that. I have it all ready to go. Let me just get it up here for you. All right, hold on a second. Where is it? Okay, it's right there. I see it. There we go. Okay. Oh, dang it. Hold on. Okay. So this was the following day. There have been several hearings about China in the past 2 days.
Cyberspace and how we can better defend ourselves. I had a thought this morning that we've spent a lot of time on this committee debating or thinking about the question of whether Xi Jinping will make a move militarily against Taiwan and what would be the timeline of such a move. And obviously this is a unknowable question and people continue to debate it. But in some meaningful sense, I wonder if such an invasion or the preparation for such an invasion, which would be incredibly costly, as the ranking member very eloquently pointed out yesterday, has already begun. If the intelligence preparation of the battle space has already begun. Put differently, for over 20 years, the CCP has been attacking us, our government, our defense contractors, our technology firms in cyberspace. That is a fact. And for a long time, these attacks were focused on theft, just robbing us of valuable technology that was then used to drive their military modernization, a really unprecedented military modernization. But another focus of attack has been gathering sensitive information on hundreds of millions of Americans with attacks on companies like Anthem Health, the Office of Personnel Management. I'm sure Mr. Moulton and Mr. Auchincloss and anyone else who served in the military got a nice letter from OPM after our military records have been compromised. Mine is framed in my office in my basement. According to the FBI, China's vast hacking program is the world's largest, and they have stolen more Americans' personal and business data than every other nation combined. But that wasn't enough for the CCP. In the past few years, our intelligence and cybersecurity agencies have discovered that the CCP has hacked into American critical infrastructure for the sole purpose of disabling and destroying our critical infrastructure in the event of a conflict over Taiwan, for example. This is the cyberspace equivalent of placing bombs on American bridges, water treatment facilities, and power plants. There's no economic benefit for these actions. There's no pure intelligence gathering rationale. The sole purpose is to be ready to destroy American infrastructure, which would inevitably result in chaos, confusion, and potentially mass casualties. It's outrageous. It's an active and direct threat to our homeland, to our military, our ability to surge forces forward in the event of a conflict, and it's not a hypothetical. As our witnesses will testify today, the Chinese government has already done it. Our cyber warriors are doing everything they can to stop it. We are dealing with malware in water utilities, oil and gas pipelines, power grids, and other utilities in our westernmost territories and across the American homeland. And the damage that could be done by this is almost hard to imagine. We need to step up.
It's true. Imagine if they did it all at once. Water, electric, your utilities.
Critical part of
Came at them all at
Take
once.
unprecedented collaboration between
Crazy.
the public and private sectors to create the kind of layered cyber deterrence we need to prevent disaster, because it's not just a government problem, it's a whole of society problem. Our committee is called the Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. That's a long title. But in a very real way, the name of our committee vastly understates the problem set. It's not just strategic competition, but a strategic threat pointed at the heart of America. If we do not address this threat, then the CCP will have the ability to turn off the lights for everyday Americans, shut down cities, and cause massive loss of American lives. That's unacceptable. I believe men and women of good faith in both parties can come together to prevent that from happening, and that's what today's hearing is all about. I now recognize the ranking member, Raja Krishnamurthy, for his opening statement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for coming today. I understand that General Nakasone, today is your change of command, and you made time to come and see us, and so I expect this will be Nakasone Unplugged. And so we really look forward to today's testimony. Well, look, folks, today we're going to talk about ugly gorilla and candy goo. And no, these are not my kids' Instagram handles. In fact, these are aliases used by CCP hackers working for the People's Liberation Army, otherwise known as PLA. And specifically, this wanted poster shows members of Unit 61398, whom we indicted in 2014 for hacking into American companies and stealing intellectual property. This was the first time we've ever indicted PRC nationals for computer hacking in the US. For years, the CCP carefully studied how the US ran cyber operations to develop its own concepts for cyber warfare. Xi Jinping himself has called for the PRC to become a, quote, cyber superpower and to dominate the world through information warfare. In the last dozen years, the CCP has used cyber operations for stealing IP from companies, collecting private citizens' data, hacking into government emails, and even potentially gathering personal data from apps like TikTok. However, today we will be discussing an even darker side of the CCP superpower and to dominate the world through information warfare. In the last dozen years, the CCP has used cyber operations for stealing IP from companies, collecting private citizens' data.
I'm not sure what happened there. A
hacking
little
into
glitch.
government
I think the
emails, and
CCP
even
hacked
potentially
it.
gathering personal data from apps like TikTok.
The
However,
PLA.
today we will
Is that
be
what he said it was?
discussing an even darker side of the CCP's cyber warfare tactics, activities that go far beyond merely stealing information. Last May, CISA, FBI, NSA, and our Five Eyes partners released a joint advisory that CCP cyber attacks were targeting U.S. critical infrastructure, including American power and utility systems, oil and gas pipelines, and rail systems, among others. This cyber campaign, titled Volt Typhoon, has been inactive since 2021. CCP hackers access computer systems of about 24 critical entities, including in Hawaii and in Guam. The hackers even attempted to access the Texas electric grid. The purpose of the hacking was not to gather intelligence. The purpose was to install malware that, once activated, would disrupt or damage the infrastructure. You might ask why. Very simple. To potentially harm us in a time of conflict. PLA strategists openly talk about coordinating missile strikes with cyber attacks as part of its offensive operations. Former CISA Director Brandon Whale stated that, quote, Chinese attempts to compromise critical infrastructure are to prevent the U.S. from being able to project power in Asia or to cause societal chaos inside the United States. This means targeting Americans. This means we could suffer large-scale blackouts in major cities. We could lose access to our cell towers and the internet. We could lose access to clean water and fuel. So, how do we respond? First, we must be clear-eyed about the threat. The CCP's objectives for a cyber attack are not just to impede military readiness. They also seek to target civilian infrastructure to cause political, economic, and social chaos, and in the PLA's own words, quote, shake the enemy's will to war. Second, we must hunt and destroy malware. We need to discover and destroy all malicious code the CCP is attempting to hide within our networks and our critical infrastructure. In fact, less than 48 hours ago, Reuters reported that the Justice Department and the FBI were authorized to remotely disable aspects of a CCP hacking campaign underway now in order to protect our networks and devices. This is exactly the type of proactive action that we need to take, and we need to work with our partners and allies to do the same. I look forward to hopefully learning more from the witnesses about this particular counter campaign. Third, we must deter our adversaries. While malicious Chinese code hasn't yet disrupted any of our networks, any cyber attack that results in physical damage or loss of life would grant the United States the inherent right to self-defense. If the CCP were to activate code that could cause harm, we need to make sure that we have the capability to respond and to respond decisively. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the ranking member. We are privileged to have a great panel of witnesses. The Honorable Harry Coker Jr. is the nation's second confirmed National Cyber Director, a position which came out of our work on the Cyberspace Solarium Commission. Christopher Wray is obviously the director of the FBI. Jen Easterly is the director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and General Paul Nakasone is commander of the United States Cyber Command and director of the National Security Agency. I, too, want to thank you, General Nakasone. I don't want to play favorites on the panel, but when I called you to try and convince you to do this, I felt a little guilty because you're doing your change of command today. But the fact that you were willing to do this, I think, is the ultimate testament, more than any of the awards you're wearing on your uniform today, just to the type of public servant that you are, that you would be willing to do this. And like whether you're redeploying or changing command, usually you kind of drop your pack with about a week to go. You took a massive new rock in your pack because you felt so passionately about this issue. My experience working with you as chairman of the Cyberspace Solarium Commission, you were always forthcoming and generous with your time. So I just want at the outset of this hearing to thank you for an exceptional career of public service. The nation owes you a great debt of gratitude. I would stand for that.
Give them a round of applause, everybody. Nicely done, nicely done. Standing ovation.
That was me lulling you into a false sense of security before the questioning begins. With that, I want to ask the witnesses to stand and raise your right hand. I'll swear you in.
I'm Fanny Texte, and I'm a documentary filmmaker. You can end up with a lot of footage. So with text-based editing, you can literally get to the...
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the
why do they
testimony
have
you're about to
ads?
give is true and correct to the best of your
Telling
knowledge,
you.
information, and belief, so help you God?
The CCP's messing with us on
You may
this
be
one.
seated. Let the record show that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you all. With thanks to the National Cyber Director, Director Wray will begin with his opening remarks, which I believe will include a major announcement. So, Mr. Wray, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Gallagher, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, and to the members of the Select Committee for inviting me here to testify today to discuss the FBI's ongoing efforts to protect our nation from actions taken by the Chinese government that threaten American safety and prosperity. Before I go on, I do want to make very clear that my comments today are not about the Chinese people, and certainly not about Chinese Americans who contribute much to our country and are frankly often the victims of Chinese Communist Party aggression themselves. Rather, when I talk about the threat posed by China, I mean the government of China, in particular led by the CCP. The CCP's dangerous actions, China's multi-pronged assault on our national and economic security, make it the defining threat of our generation. Now, when I described the CCP as a threat to American safety a moment ago, I meant that quite literally. There has been far too little public focus on the fact that PRC hackers are targeting our critical infrastructure, our water treatment plants, our electrical grid, our oil and natural gas pipelines, our transportation systems, and the risk that poses to every American requires our attention now. China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities if and when China decides the time has come to strike. They're not focused just on political and military targets. We can see from where they position themselves across civilian infrastructure that low blows aren't just a possibility in the event of a conflict. Low blows against civilians are part of China's plan. But the PRC's cyber onslaught goes way beyond pre-positioning for future conflict. Today, and literally every day, they're actively attacking our economic security, engaging in wholesale theft of our innovation and our personal and corporate data. Nor is cyber the only PRC threat we face. The PRC cyber threat is made vastly more dangerous by the way they knit cyber into a whole-of-government campaign against us. They recruit human sources to target our businesses, using insiders to steal the same kinds of innovation and data that their hackers are targeting, while also engaging in corporate deception, hiding Beijing's hand in transactions, joint ventures, and investments to do the same. And they don't just hit our security and economy, they target our freedoms, reaching inside our borders across America to silence, coerce, and threaten some of our citizens and residents. But I can assure you, the FBI is laser focused on the threat posed by Beijing. We've got cyber, counterintelligence, criminal, and WMD experts, just to name a few, defending against it. And we're working in partnership with the private sector, partnership with our allies abroad, and partnership at all levels of the U.S. government, especially the NSA, Cyber Command, CISA, and ONCD, whose leaders I'm honored to be here with today. In fact, just this morning, we announced an operation where we and our partners identified hundreds of routers that had been taken over by the PRC state-sponsored hacking group known as Volt Typhoon. The Volt Typhoon malware enabled China to hide, among other things, pre-operational reconnaissance and network exploitation against critical infrastructure like our communications, energy, transportation, and water sectors. Steps China was taking, in other words, to find and prepare to destroy or degrade the civilian critical infrastructure that keeps us safe and prosperous. And let's be clear, cyber threats to our critical infrastructure represent real-world threats to our physical safety. So, working with our partners, the FBI ran a court-authorized on-network operation to shut down Volt Typhoon and the access it enabled. This operation was an important step, but there's a whole lot more to do, and we need your help to do it. To quantify what we're up against, the PRC has a bigger hacking program than that of every major nation combined. In fact, if you took every single one of the FBI's cyber agents and intelligence analysts and focused them exclusively on the China threat, China's hackers would still outnumber FBI cyber personnel by at least 50 to 1. So as we sit here, while important budget discussions are underway, I will note that this is a time to be keeping ahead of the threat by investing in our capabilities rather than cutting them. We need to ensure that we sustain and build on the gains that we've made that have enabled us to take actions like the Volt Typhoon operation I just mentioned. The budgets that emerge from discussions underway now will dictate what kind of resources we have ready in 2027, a year that, as this committee knows all too well, the CCP has circled on its calendar. And that year will be on us before you know it. As I've described, the PRC is already today putting their pieces in place. I do not want those watching today to think we can't protect ourselves. But I do want the American people to know that we cannot afford to sleep on this danger. As a government and a society, we've got to remain vigilant and actively defend against the threat that Beijing poses. Otherwise, China has shown it will make us pay. Thank you and look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you, sir. Director Coker, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Gallagher, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, and distinguished members of the Select Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I have been honored to lead the Office of the National Cyber Director, ONCD, in the White House for a little over a month now, and I am grateful to Congress and your leadership, Mr. Chairman, for creating this office. And Mr. Ranking Member, I appreciated our conversation yesterday and your abiding interest in our workforce challenges. ONCD was established by Congress to advise the President on cybersecurity policy and strategy. In particular, we coordinate many important agencies with cyber missions across the government to ensure federal coherence on cybersecurity policy. We have budgetary responsibilities to ensure the government is making appropriate investments in cyber defense and resilience, and we focus on implementation and ensuring the President's strategy is, successfully and transparently executed. Coordination and collaboration are central to our ethos. Cybersecurity remains a team effort, and I am proud to be testifying with some of our nation's finest leaders, Director Easterly, Director Wray, and General Nakasone. This hearing is timely because the American public needs to be aware of the threat to our critical infrastructure. Our intelligence community has noted that a PRC threat actor is pre-positioning to, in the event of conflict, conduct disruptive and potentially destructive attacks. The PRC threat actor, Volt Typhoon, as it has been named by a private sector partner, has conducted cyber operations focused not on financial gain or espionage, but on deploying deep access into critical infrastructure systems that put those systems at risk. Their aim is clear. In the early stages of a conflict, they want to disrupt our military's ability to mobilize and to impact the systems that allow us to thrive in our increasingly digital world. We can, must, and importantly are seizing the initiative from adversaries in order to protect and defend the American people. Last year, President Biden issued the National Cybersecurity Strategy, which outlines a bold vision for a prosperous, connected future and calls for us to build a future that has a foundation of deep and enduring collaboration among stakeholders in the digital ecosystem. The National Cybersecurity Strategy is threat agnostic, technology agnostic, and is built on two fundamental shifts that we must, one, rebalance the responsibility to defend cyberspace, and 2, realign incentives to favor long-term investments. Today, end users of technology, the individuals, small businesses, and critical infrastructure entities that make up constituencies in your districts bear too much responsibility for keeping our nation secure. We must demand more from the most capable actors in cyberspace, including the government. And we must build future systems to be more inherently defensible and resilient. This means that market forces and public programs alike must reward security and resilience. This leads directly to the first pillar of the strategy, which is simple in concept, but daunting in scope: defend critical infrastructure. As we can see from PRC targeting, critical infrastructure systems are on the terrain on which our adversaries wish to engage us. And critical infrastructure owners and operators, the majority of whom are private entities, not governments, are on the front lines. Part of our success, then, will come from scaling public-private partnership and collaboration. Beyond scaling these collaborative mechanisms and setting clear, harmonized cybersecurity requirements, the government must also be a good partner when an incident has occurred and federal assistance is required. And even as we shore up our defense, we must also look to change the dynamics in cyberspace to favor defenders. That means, for example, addressing the open research problem of software measurability that makes it difficult to understand the quality of code we use, a topic that OECD is working to elevate. We are also working to address the over 500,000 open jobs in cyber fields. It is vital that we invest in workforce programs to improve the pipeline of talent, expand opportunities for all citizens to learn digital skills, and open these good-paying jobs and careers to all segments of society, including those who have never seen themselves in cyber. This administration is tackling this through implementation of the National Cyber Workforce and Education Strategy released by OECD in July. The administration's focus on cybersecurity has put us on a firm strategic footing to counter the threats from the PRC actors and others. But we will only seize the initiative by leveraging the foundational partners that we rely on, including Congress. Ultimately, cybersecurity requires a unity of effort. No one entity can achieve our shared goals alone. Sitting here today with our close partners, I hope you'll see how our U.S. team is enhanced by thoughtful, patriotic cyber practitioners at all levels of government and from across industry, working together to build a defensible, resilient digital ecosystem. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, sir. Director Easterly, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Gallagher, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on CISA's efforts to protect the nation from the preeminent cyber threat from the People's Republic of China. As America's civilian cyber defense agency and the national coordinator for critical infrastructure resilience and security, we have long been focused on the cyber threat from China. But as you've heard, in recent years, we have seen a deeply concerning evolution in Chinese targeting of US critical infrastructure. In particular, we've seen Chinese cyber actors, including those known as Volt Typhoon, burrowing deep into our critical infrastructure to enable destructive attacks in the event of a major crisis or conflict. This is a world where a major crisis halfway across the planet could well endanger the lives of Americans here at home through the disruption of our pipelines, the severing of our telecommunications, the pollution of our water facilities, the crippling of our transportation modes, all to ensure that they can incite societal panic and chaos and to deter our ability to marshal military might and civilian will. Now, the threat is not theoretical. Leveraging information from our government and industry partners, CISA teams have found and eradicated Chinese intrusions in multiple critical infrastructure sectors, including aviation, water, energy, transportation. Now, based on this information, this is likely just the tip of the iceberg. So we're working aggressively with our partners in industry and across the US government to take action now, knowing that this threat is real and this threat is urgent. First, through authorities from the Congress, based on a recommendation from the Cyberspace Solarium Commission, we are using our Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, or JCDC, to catalyze robust operational collaboration with industry and government to enable us to uncover additional Chinese malicious activity and to develop ways to more rapidly detect it. We are also using our free services and resources in providing intelligence to critical infrastructure owners and operators across the country so that they can detect and prevent Chinese malicious activity. And we're using our now hundreds of subject matter experts and advisors across the nation to work directly with businesses to help them improve the security and resilience of the critical services that Americans rely on every hour of every day. The reality is, however, eradicating Chinese intrusions, bolstering resilience, and even some of the great disruptive work that Director talked about, it's all necessary, but it's not sufficient. The truth is, the Chinese cyber actors have taken advantage of very basic flaws in our technology. We've made it easy on them. Unfortunately, the technology underpinning our critical infrastructure is inherently insecure because of decades of software developers not being held liable for defective technology. That has led to incentives where features and speed to market have been prioritized against security, leaving our nation vulnerable to cyber invasion. That has to stop. Technology manufacturers must ensure that China and other cyber actors cannot exploit the weaknesses in our technology to saunter through the open doors of our critical infrastructure to destroy it. It has to change. We are at a critical juncture for our national security. Today's hearing should serve as an urgent call to action. Specifically, every victim of a cyber incident should report it to CISA or FBI every time, knowing that a threat to one is a threat to all, and cybersecurity is national security. Every critical infrastructure entity should establish a relationship with their local CISA team and take advantage of our free services, including vulnerability scanning, to ensure they can identify and prevent the vulnerabilities that the Chinese cyber actors are using. Every critical infrastructure entity should use these services and CISA cybersecurity performance goals, as well as the advisories that we've published with NSA and FBI and international partners to do the necessary investments in cyber hygiene to ensure that they can protect their networks, including throughout their supply chains. Every critical infrastructure entity needs to double down on resilience. Businesses need to prepare for and expect an attack, and test and prepare for and exercise their critical systems so that they can continue to operate through a disruption and recover rapidly to provide services to the American people. Finally, every technology manufacturer must build, test, and deploy technology that is secure by design. We have to drive towards a future where cyber actors cannot take advantage of technology defects to break into our critical infrastructure. This is a future underpinned by a software liability regime based on a measurable standard of care and safe haven for those software developers who do responsibly innovate by prioritizing security first. Now, none of this is possible unless every CEO, every business leader, every board member for a critical infrastructure company recognizes that cyber risk is business risk, and managing it is a matter of both good governance and fundamental national security. Thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. General Nakasone, you're recognized.
Chairman Gallagher, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, members of the Select Committee, I'm honored to represent the men and women of U.S. Cyber Command and the National Security Agency as my time as the commander and director draws to a close. Thank you for this opportunity to reflect on the considerable changes I've witnessed in the technological and operational environments over my nearly 6-year tenure and to hear your concerns. The People's Republic of China poses a challenge unlike any our nation and allies have ever faced, competing fiercely in the information domain. PRC cyber actors are pre-positioning in our U.S. critical infrastructure, and it is not acceptable. Defending against this activity is our top priority. The men and women of U.S. Cyber Command and the National Security Agency continue to maintain our strategic advantage by contesting the threats posed by the PRC in cyberspace by using the full scope of our authorities and the full spectrum of our capabilities to impose costs, deny benefits, and encourage restraint on the part of our adversary. We will continue to strengthen partnerships across the U.S. government, foreign partners, and private industry so that we may operate anywhere we are needed. We are ready and postured to contest PRC malicious activities at home and abroad. While cyberspace threats have increased, our force to counter these threats are stronger and more capable. U.S. Cyber Command and the National Security Agency are using our capabilities and partnerships to deny the PRC opportunities, frustrate their strategic efforts, and systematically eradicate intrusions. One significant contribution in our ability to counter these threats is our relationship with the private sector. U.S. Cyber Command and the National Security Agency partnerships with industries have underpinned the U.S. government's ability to track, detect, and mitigate the PRC's activity against U.S. infrastructure at scale. One example of the impact of these strong relationships was demonstrated in May of 2023 with the Cybersecurity Advisory, which was the first documented PRC activity against U.S. critical infrastructure, referred to publicly as Volt Typhoon. For the first time ever, 11 different industry partners co-sealed the NSA advisory along with our interagency partners. Additionally, other industry partners contributed behind the scenes in partnership with our Cybersecurity Collaboration Center. Lastly, I would like to reiterate my appreciation for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon and recognize the committee's continued efforts to bring attention to this critically important issue, which impacts our national security and the lives and livelihoods of the American people. I look forward to our conversation.
Arby's just learned starboard means right. And if Loving Wild caught 2 for $6 crispy fish sandwiches is wrong, Arby's doesn't want to be
What the heck is
starboard.
going on with these commercials?
Arby's, we have the meat.
I think they have
Thank you, sir.
infiltrated this video.
Director Easterly, your opening statement, both written and spoken, I commend the written statement as well, really kind of teases out the troubling implications of an attack on our critical infrastructure. I read it and I'm sort of left with the implication that China's pursuing a strategy designed to either hold us hostage in the event of an international incident such that we would be afraid to respond, or to actually cause casualties on the homeland. Is that an accurate assessment that I could take from your testimony?
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, as I alluded to, it is Chinese military doctrine to attempt to induce societal panic in their adversary. And arguably, the Chinese government got a little bit of a taste of this in the aftermath of the ransomware attack on Colonial Pipeline, May of 2021, that shut down gas to the eastern seaboard for several days. Americans couldn't get to work, they couldn't take their kids to school, get folks to the hospital. It caused a bit of panic. Now, imagine that on a massive scale. Imagine not one pipeline, but many pipelines disrupted. Telecommunications going down so people can't use their cell phone. People start getting sick from polluted water. Trains get derailed. Air traffic control system, port control systems are malfunctioning. This is truly an everything, everywhere, all at once scenario. And it's one where the Chinese government believes that it will likely crush American will for the US to defend Taiwan in the event of a major conflict there. Now, this is also a scenario that we can and indeed must prevent through both the robust practices that I mentioned in my statement, which amounts to deterrence by denial and resilience, but also through the deterrence and escalation of punishment, a credible threat, and then perhaps most importantly, through American strength and unity and the power of our values.
And General Nakasone, what would, if you have to assume they're targeting our critical infrastructure in Guam and other territories in the Pacific, what would a attack on that critical infrastructure mean for our ability to respond in the event of a crisis?
It could have a very significant impact on what we need to do to provide a series of different options that our commander in the Indo-Pacific region would want to respond with. Communications, an ability to be able to leverage our most lethal weapon systems. These are all areas that we would rely on.
And Director Wray, remind me again of this stat I thought was stunning in your opening statement, that if you focused all of the FBI cyber professionals on the China threat, we would still be at what sort of disadvantage with respect to the humans in China that are focusing on America?
We would be at a disadvantage of at least 50 to 1.
50 to 1.
And part of the reason I say at least is because one of the things we've also seen from the Chinese government, which has devoted massive resources to the biggest hacking program in the world by a mile, is that they also work with cyber criminals.
Yeah.
Which is then a whole force multiplier to that already significant enterprise.
Roughly how many people or percentage of your resources are devoted to China, would you say?
Of our resources? I mean, it is the biggest chunk of our counterintelligence program by far, and probably the biggest chunk of our cyber program by far. And then, of course, we have other divisions like our weapons of mass destruction folks who are the ones who did the work on COVID origins, for example, for the FBI. We have criminal folks, criminal investigation folks working on sort of the fentanyl part, which of course, much of that is coming from precursors in China. So it's really a threat that pervades and permeates almost all of our programs.
And you have previously testified when it comes to TikTok that it screams of national security concerns. Why? What is the risk posed by TikTok, in your opinion?
Well, the most important starting point is the role of the Chinese government. The app's parent company is effectively beholden to the Chinese government, and that is what in turn creates a series of national security concerns in the PRC government's ability to leverage that access or that authority. So first, the data. It gives them the ability to control data collection on millions of users, which could be used for all sorts of intelligence operations or influence operations. Second, the recommendation algorithm, which could be used for all sorts of influence operations or to sow divisiveness, discord. And again, that's something that we wouldn't readily detect, which makes it even more of a pernicious threat. And AI, of course, enhances all of that. Their ability to collect U.S. person data and feed it into those influence operations makes it exponentially more dangerous to Americans.
And we know
then
from
third
watching
and
another
finally,
hearing that China
it
is
gives them
way
the
beyond us
ability,
in AI
should they so
capabilities.
choose, to control the software on millions of devices, which means the opportunity to technically compromise millions of devices. As you put all those things together, it is a threat.
Delete
that
your
I think is
TikTok,
very,
people.
very
Delete,
significant.
delete.
And again, it all starts back with the starting point, which is the Chinese government itself and their role and their ability to control these different aspects of it.
Thank you. My time has expired. I'm excited to recognize the ranking member because his questioning game and prop game improves with every hearing. So, and as they say, game respects game. So the ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to discuss the impact of cyber attacks, real world cyber attacks that are happening today in Ukraine at the behest of Russia. Recently, the Russians cut off internet access for tens of millions of Ukrainians in one cyber attack alone. And they then cut off power for hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians in a separate cyber attack. And so I have a question for General Nakasone. We actually depict this here. It could look something like this. In a conflict situation, the CCP could aim to attack American infrastructure the same way that the Russians are attacking Ukraine, right?
That's correct.
Let me turn to a potential real cyber attack by the CCP. General Nakasone, so far we've discovered CCP malware in certain critical infrastructure, but they haven't been activated yet. In the event that this malware were activated, you'd be able to attribute it back to the CCP, just like you did with Volt Typhoon, right?
We are very good at attributing. That's correct.
Now, General Nakasone, in 2018, you were at the Aspen Security Forum, and here's a picture of you 5 years ago. And you said this, which really caught my eye. It said, if a nation state decided to attack our critical infrastructure, that's above the threshold of war. Isn't that what you said?
So I do recall appearing there and from that quote, yes, and I probably would have said it differently today, Ranking Member.
And then the next part of that quotation also caught my eye. You continued by saying, and we would certainly respond. And in your written statement, you talk about imposing costs on potential adversaries. So I just want you to say very clearly here, Cybercom indeed has the capability to respond decisively.
It does, and this is a really important point. We cannot be episodic in looking at this threat. We need to be persistently engaged every single day with a series of different capabilities, working with a series of different partners to both enable and act. What we have done over the past 5 years is been able to look at imposing costs in a much broader fashion. Whether or not it's publishing in an unclassified manner, what the adversary is doing, whether or not it's working with the Bureau, whether or not it's being able to work closely with Justice and Treasury. This is the idea of consistently being able to persistently be engaged with your adversary.
I just want to send a message to anybody who's paying attention here, whether it's a CCP or anyone else who would intend to put malware into our critical infrastructure. First, we will attribute it back to you if it's activated. Secondly, that could be an act of war. And third, we will respond decisively. Let me move to another topic, and I'd like to touch on TikTok as well, Director Wray. The TikTok CEO came to Capitol Hill and said a couple of things that I'd like to get your response on. One is he said that our data privacy concerns with regard to TikTok are not unique compared to other companies like Facebook and X, or otherwise known as Twitter. I personally agree that other social media apps have various data privacy concerns, but the key difference is that unlike TikTok, they're not owned by a company beholden to the CCP. And I just want to get your reaction to that. I presume that you agree that TikTok is unique in the sense that it's owned by a company beholden to the CCP.
Well, it's certainly unique by compared to Western companies, which are by their very nature not beholden to Western governments. And what makes TikTok so challenging is, and therefore so risky from a national security perspective, is that we're talking about a government in the Chinese government that has over and over and over again demonstrated contempt for the rule of law and international norms, and lines that we consider very important in the U.S. and in the West between the private sector and the government. Those are lines that are at best blurry, if not non-existent in the Chinese system.
Yeah. Director Wray, I want to ask you about the news that you broke during your testimony. Thank you for your proactive action with regard to disrupting, remotely disabling this Volt Typhoon campaign. Couple questions. One is, in this year of elections, obviously, Wang Yi, the foreign minister, recently told Jake Sullivan, assured him that the CCP is not going to interfere with our elections this year. How do we prevent that from happening?
Step into Wix Studio, the web creation platform built for agencies.
Well, China's promised a lot of things over the years, so I guess I'll.
Sorry, guys. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I even made sure I like resubscribed to YouTube Premium, so I shouldn't be having commercials, but
you see represented here, plus a whole host
I don't know
of
why
other
it's still doing
partners
it.
to try to anticipate and prevent any efforts to interfere in our elections. And there have been enormous strides made over the years, not just amongst all three of our agencies, but between our agencies and state and local election officials, secretaries of state, et cetera, to try to prevent cyber interference, for example, in our electoral system. And there's, of course, also the pervasive problem of malign foreign influence in terms of disinformation campaigns and things like that. And there, again, we have to work with the private sector and not just the interagency. But all that has to be combined with the public's role in being a more discerning and media literate populace, because they have a role to play here too.
Sorry, one last, the routers you talked about, how many states were they located in?
I don't have the number of states with me. I know that it was hundreds of routers, and it is a good example of the point that Director Easterly was making in her opening statement, These small office, home office routers were very outdated, which made them easy targets for the Chinese government. And these small office, home office routers were not themselves the intended targets. The targets, of course, were our critical infrastructure. But what the Chinese were doing were using these easy targets to hide and obfuscate their role in the hacking of our critical infrastructure. And so that's why the point that was made about making sure that we're not creating an easier attack surface for them is so important.
Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us today. Thanks again for your service. General Nakasone, thanks so much for your 37 years of service to our nation. I'd like to begin with you. There are some that would assert that other nations conduct cyber operations. Some of those things could have consequences on entities like hospitals and water systems and power grids and other civilian targets. What makes the PRC activities like embedding latent malware into systems, what makes it unique in relation to other responsible cyber actors?
Responsible cyber actors of democracies like our own do not target the civilian infrastructure. There's no reason for them to be in our water. There's no reason for them to be in our power. This is a decision by an actor to actually focus on civilian targets. That's not what we do.
Let me ask this too. The ranking member talked about attribution, determining exactly who was behind the cyber attacks, and then making sure that there are repercussions for those actions. I would argue too, it's not just about us playing defense, because we will never get out in front of the insidiousness that happens with cyber attacks and those folks that dream up ways to attack our system. But one thing that we can do very effectively is to have a very robust offensive capability as a deterrent, so that folks understand, like China, that if there is a cyber attack on this nation that goes after our critical infrastructure, that what will be coming back their way will be orders of magnitude greater. First of all, do we have the capability to do that? And if so, do we communicate that in various ways so that China knows what the consequences will be if they take such an action?
We do have the capability, and we're very, very good, the best. And in terms of the way that we communicate it in many different ways. From our policymakers who have these discussions, to the exercises that we conduct, to the real-world examples that we do with a series of different partners. The other thing that I would tell you is that, first of all, is that we have discovered what they're doing and we have exposed it. Secondly, the partnerships that exist here between our agencies and our commands is something that concerns the Chinese. And finally, it's the work with the private sector that gives us scale. They may have 50 to 1, but when we have the private sector, we outnumber them.
So, Nakasone, I'm also very concerned about the CCP pre-positioning within our critical infrastructure like oil and gas pipelines. Give me a reason why someone would pre-position in those critical infrastructure, and what conclusion should we reach as Congress and the American people from these reports?
As Director Easterly talked about, this is an attempt to provide the Chinese options in crisis or conflict. When we have discovered them in these critical infrastructures, the first thing that we need to do is to make sure that we get them out. And the second thing is that we need to have a vigilance that continues onward. This is not an episodic threat that we're going to face. This is persistent. This is the generational piece that Director Ray talked to. We have to operate every day. We have to have a vigilance. We have to have offensive and defensive capabilities.
Director Easterly, you talked about holding software companies liable for the software that they've written for a variety of different sources, especially the electric grid. Give me your perspective on how we would most effectively do that. How could we do that in a timely way? How could we make sure that it's done in two ways to make sure that any future software that's written is held liable for its vulnerabilities? And how do we retroactively then address software that's already there that exposes those liabilities?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As you pointed out, this is both a current problem and a legacy issue.
Yeah.
What is critical is that we start now to develop a regime, and this was part of the National Cyber Strategy, that can actually hold software makers liable for creating defective technology. Because frankly, I believe if we had something like that and that was put in place at the dawn of the internet and when software was developed, we would not be in a world where the internet's full of malware and software is rife with vulnerabilities. So we need a software liability regime that's based on a measurable standard of care, but also safe harbor for those software developers who do responsibly innovate by prioritizing security, not speed to market, not cool features. So that's really important and a place where Congress could be incredibly helpful. We also have been working directly with industry. As General Nakasone pointed out, the force multiplier of having their presence in all of these discussions, industry to put a priority on secure by design software as well as international partners. The last thing that I'd say is we need to ensure that individual consumers are also aware that they need to be asking for products that are secure by design and not defective. We are making things too easy for our adversaries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Castor.
I would think every
Mr.
consumer
Chairman,
wants
thank
that.
you all for being here today and everything you do to keep Americans safe. Director Easterly, I understand a high percentage of cyber attacks in the U.S. are in the energy sector. How would you characterize the cooperation, the proactive nature of public and private entities across the energy sector?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So as the National Coordinator for Critical Infrastructure Resilience and Security, we work with what's called sector committees, essentially, that have representation from critical infrastructure owners and operators. One of the things that I found most impressive since I came into this role is that the energy sector, the people at that table are CEOs. And you do not see that across every sector. And that really shows that CEOs in the energy sector understand this issue and understand the need to make significant investments in their cybersecurity and in their cyber resilience. And so that is a very positive thing. We have catalyzed very good working relationships across the sector, and of course, with the Department of Energy and CSER, which handles all of their cyber work, to ensure that energy companies understand the threat. We did this very aggressively around the Russian invasion of Ukraine as part of our Shields Up campaign, but importantly, understand the steps that they need to take to reduce risk to our energy grid.
And the grid across the country is an aging and often in many places is decrepit. And there's a lot of innovation going on. There are a lot of new clean energy sources coming online. There's innovation in distributed systems. I think of after Hurricane Ian hit Southwest Florida, the subdivision, the neighborhood that had a distributed system that didn't go off grid. They had backup power. Are you thinking ahead, working with Department of Energy on how to build those more resilient systems where you're not as dependent on volatile fuel sources, you're thinking about the cyber attacks, but also long-term resiliency? How is that working, and do you have any recommendations for Congress on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, that is the key word. We are living in a highly digitized, highly vulnerable, highly connected world where, frankly, it is impossible to prevent all bad things. It's impossible to prevent disruption. So we have been working with our interagency and our industry partners to focus on that resilience, to expect that there will be disruption and to be able to continue to operate through a disruption and to recover. And some of the exercises that we've worked on with our industry and our federal partners really double down on that concept. Incredibly important. To the point about the aging energy grid, it sort of goes back to Congressman Whitman's question about legacy infrastructure. We also have to ensure that we are investing in building resilience into the legacy infrastructure. It's a difficult thing to do. I'm encouraged that there may be some use of artificial intelligence to help us rewrite some of the code bases, at least in the technology world, where you have very sketchy code that is creating vulnerabilities. We could actually help to shore it up.
And do you want to say anything about these aging routers that Director Ray referred to with Volt Typhoon, and how are they targeting Americans and what folks need to know?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So just to help folks understand and My teammates can weigh in as well. When we talk about malware, malware has been mentioned several times. This is actually not a malware issue. And that's why the name of that cybersecurity advisory was Living Off the Land. What these Chinese cyber actors are doing is essentially finding a vulnerability and then finding ways to live within a computer's operating system. So they're actually very, very hard to detect because they look like any other person who's operating on it, and they've elevated their ability to act like a system administrator. So you really can't tell that's a Chinese actor. That's essentially what they're doing on these routers so that they can build these large, essentially botnets for command and control to allow them to have a launching pad on our critical infrastructure where they take advantage of yet another vulnerability. So the routers themselves may not be aging. They just essentially were created to be terribly insecure. They don't update their software. They allow for very insecure interfaces with the internet. And I think just today, at some point in time, CISA and FBI will actually publish what we call a secure by design alert, specifically for the manufacturers of routers and those small office, home office capabilities that Director Ray talked about, of the very basic things that need to be done to shut off the Chinese cyber actors from using these routers as launch points.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me also express my thanks to each and every one of you for your dedication to keeping our country as safe as possible. As you all know, there's an election coming up this year. The ranking member broached the subject. I wanted to delve a little deeper into this notion of election integrity. You know, over the past year, we as a committee, we've heard from a lot of different experts. It's good to see you again, Dr. Easterly, on many of the emerging trends that we've been seeing in advanced technologies that are being used in misinformation campaigns. We've got deep fakes, AI, all kinds of social media and algorithmic types of warfare. You know, certainly the four countries, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, keep coming up, but there's also a lot of non-state actors that we hear about as well. So I've got several questions, I think not directed to any of you, but all of you, if we have time to weigh in. So given the, what I would call ever expanding nature of advanced technologies and all of these non-state actors' capabilities, what concerns you most about U.S. election integrity and the possibility of future election interference? Importantly for us to hear also, to adapt to these kinds of changing conditions, what policies should we consider amending, and which programs do you rely on in particular for resources? General mentioned this, should the government expand its role in the public-private partnerships? And all of this, how does this all occur without infringing on the First Amendment, the right to free speech, and also each state's constitutional free and equal elections clause? And then just for people listening to this, this hearing, what gives you confidence and faith that in our ability to ensure free and fair elections? So I'll start with you, General Nakasone.
Let me start with the last
Big
part of
question.
your question, Congressman, which is, we've done this before, and we've done it successfully before. 2018, 2020, 2022, all of the agencies at this table have been working together. This is our fourth effort in terms of election security, and I'm very confident in terms of what we will be able to deliver, a safe and secure election. That's based upon the fact that not only has our methodology gotten better, but our partnerships have expanded. It's not just the partners at this table, it's the private sector. It's understanding internationally where we need to be able to partner and see what adversaries are doing outside the United States and do that very effectively.
It's a really important question. Thank you. So CISA serves as the sector risk management agency for election infrastructure security. So we lead the federal effort to support state and local election officials who are those on the front line of managing, administering, and defending election infrastructure. I have confidence because of the enormous amount of time that I've spent with secretaries of state, chief election officials, state election directors who work every day to ensure that they can effectively defend their election infrastructure from the full range of threats, from cyber threats, from physical threats, from operational risks, and from foreign malign influence. And I think what's incredibly important is for the American people to understand the enormous amount of work that's been done with our partners in the federal government, but at the state and local level and with industry to improve the security and the resilience of our election infrastructure. One thing to note that it's the diversity and decentralization of our election infrastructure because it's managed by state, by 8,800 separate jurisdictions around the country. That heterogeneity gives it resilience. And there's also enormous amounts of controls, physical, technological, procedural, that keeps that infrastructure resilient. So the American people should have confidence in the integrity of our election infrastructure. And every American, if they have any questions about it, serve as a poll worker, serve as an observer, talk to your local election officials and ask them questions. It's a transparent process, but everybody should support their election officials who are working hard to ensure the integrity of our most foundational democratic process.
Thank you. Mr. Ray?
Well, I would second the remarks of both of my colleagues. I will just add, in terms of things that we're concerned about, you alluded to the role of deep fakes. Obviously, AI will enhance some of the same information warfare that we've seen from our foreign adversaries for quite some time. We're also concerned about the ways in which misinformation, disinformation warfare, if you will, from a foreign adversary and cyber attacks can work in tandem. And I think, for example, about the Iranians' effort in the fall of 2020 that Director Ratcliffe and I did a public announcement about, where you had a cyber intrusion that was not as effective as the Iranians might have wanted others to think it was, but they had built sort of a disinformation campaign on top of it. We were able to expose it and largely render it ineffective, working with all of our partners up here. But that's the kind of thing that I think we will see more of. So what am I confident in? I'm confident in my partners. Americans can be confident in our election system and our democracy, but I am also mindful of the fact that our adversaries are getting more and more sophisticated, and that there are more and more foreign adversaries who want to get in on this game.
Thank you, gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's easy to think of the threat not working. Maybe that would help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's easy to think of the threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party as something far away. They may be carrying out a genocidal campaign against ethnic minorities in their own country. They may be building more nuclear weapons more quickly than any other country in the world. And they may steal secrets from our military and our private businesses every single day. But your testimony makes clear that what the Chinese Communist Party is also doing right now is positioning themselves to change the lives of every American in ways that we wouldn't expect every single day, to cut us off from our water or electricity whenever they want, to take control of our phones or our personal data, to take out the GPS system that we rely on that helps our kids get home. Those of us who see classified intelligence have seen China building these capabilities for years, but most of our critical infrastructure, our electricity and water and rail systems, they're run by state and local governments or the private sector. They may not understand these threats. So Director Easterly, how do we in the federal government ensure that these entities are protecting the system so vital to all of us? How do I convince a small town in my district like Marblehead, a town of 20,000 where I grew up, to invest in cybersecurity to stop the Chinese military? I mean, I'm all for holding software makers accountable, but if a water authority doesn't update their software for 10 years, that may be too late. So how do we protect ourselves today?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have to attack it both at the software developer level, but then of course at the software user level. But as we know, many of these public utilities and even smaller critical infrastructure entities are target rich, but cyber poor. They might have two people who are focused on security, and they're the same two people who are doing administration or the finances for the company. And so one of the things that we've done with the support of Congress is built a very large field force of advisors and subject matter experts to be our frontline forces to work with all of the critical infrastructure owners and operators, the businesses large and small, to ensure that they are aware of the free services that we have that can make it easy on these entities to actually ensure their security and resilience. So very basic things.
Well, I think that a lot of entities probably don't know those exist, and so this is a place where we'd love to work with you on the committee to make sure these small towns.
That would be fantastic.
this is
CISA.gov, all our free stuff. But the other thing, just one last point, basic cyber hygiene. It's not rocket science. If they do the basics, they can stay safe.
Director Ray, you explained that TikTok is beholden to the Chinese Communist Party, which can access users' private personal data, influence their feeds. Earlier this month, Cloudflare reported that Taiwan experienced a 3,000% increase in distributed denial of service cyber attacks last quarter. 3,000%. I imagine that's a coincident with their election. So the Chinese Communist Party has shown a willingness to influence elections. I'm heartened by the experience and competence of the federal government in protecting the integrity of our election system. But I mean, just to understand, if the CCP were to want to change TikTok feeds to bias one candidate or another in the upcoming presidential election, would they be able to do so?
My understanding is that under Chinese law, that would be something that they would be permitted to do.
And we already know they influence Chinese children to study science and math. Could they be able to suggest to American kids that they use more drugs?
Again, my understanding is that the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party, if it wants to exercise that authority, can easily exercise that authority.
General Nakasone, China describes its cyber efforts as proceeding along 4 vectors: deterrence, reconnaissance, offense, and defense. Deterrence, how do they think about deterrence, and how do we think about deterrence in response?
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
My goodness, for real.
So in terms of the way that we think about it, Congressman, is we think about a deterrence by
It's weird.
denial
Is
and
every
deterrence
time I
by
go
cost imposition. Deterrence by denial
to the
is what we're
tab to
discussing
stop the
here in
commercial,
terms
it
of
stops it
publishing
immediately.
and
I don't
being
even
able
have
to
to do
expose
anything.
what the Chinese are doing in an unclassified manner. This is the difference. This is the challenge China now faces. We have uncovered what they're doing, and we will continue to do that.
So as we uncover this, and I'm running out of time, but I want you to comment on one other thing, General Nakasone. It's clear from all we've heard, including the workforce challenges that Director Ray described, that we need more cyber experts to serve our country. Given the threats that we've laid out today,
Hey guys, I'm going to try
do you
something
have
really
a
quick
message for young Americans?
just to see. Okay, we're at 1:14:31. I'm just going to try refreshing and see if maybe that really. Okay, hold on a second. There's some issue. Hold on, sorry guys. Give me just a second here. Sorry about that. I'm getting it pulled up. I just like closed it out completely and then I'm going to bring it back up again. And hopefully that will do the trick. Okay. Here we go.
Who might want to do something about this?
The future of our nation, the future of our economy is tied so closely to the future of our ability to operate in cyberspace. If you're looking for challenge, if you're looking for fulfillment, I would tell you that any of the agencies that you see here provide a mission and a responsibility that would dwarf your imaginable expectations. And I truly believe in the importance of national service. And I would encourage all Americans to think about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I feel like we could make Seth a colonel in the reserves or something. You know, you could take advantage of that. Mr. Molinar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. Director Ray, I wanted to follow up with you on some of the comments that you had made. In addition to the cybersecurity issues, you talked about the human sources, the insiders, corporate deception, Beijing hiding their hand in corporate joint ventures, and this whole topic of leverage and beholden to the CCP. When you appeared in October on 60 Minutes, you mentioned you had seen a variety of efforts by Chinese businesses attempting to acquire businesses, land, and infrastructure in the United States in a way that presents national security concerns. I saw that and I thought that was a very powerful statement. I followed up with a letter to you outlining some concerns I had about an investment in my own district. There's a company, Goshen, which is a CCP affiliated company. It's worked with the PLA, and many of its top leaders, including the leader of its North American operations, have ties to the CCP. Goshen is wanting to build an electric vehicle battery factory in my district, and it's been given hundreds of millions of dollars in federal, state, and local tax dollars to do so. To build and operate its factory in my district, Goshen plans to bring 20 to 50 Chinese nationals to Michigan. If that happens, how confident are you that it will not be used for espionage? In other words, do you believe there's a risk these individuals will be spies working in the United States?
Well, I'd have to drill in deeper on the specific example to be able to weigh in on that. But what I can tell you is that a lot of this ultimately traces back to the blurry, if not non-existent, line between the Chinese government and its private sector, and their ability, the Chinese government's ability to, should they choose to leverage that authority, that reach, that access, in a way that undermines our national security, which is why acquisitions, buying land, buying businesses, and so forth, while maybe legal, can still raise national security concerns because it provides a vehicle for them to, if they want to leverage that access, to conduct surveillance or other operations that undermine our national security. And we've seen time and time again where they have used that access, leveraged that access to do that. And in a way, it ties into the operation that we're here talking about this morning, which is leveraging in a different sense. The access is the problem. We don't want to wait until they've actually stolen whatever the information is. We need to try to get, as they say in the counterterrorism context, left of boom.
How confident are you in the State Department's vetting process when it comes to Chinese nationals in this country?
Well, I'm not the expert on State Department processes. And I want to be clear, as I said in my opening, that our concerns are not just with all Chinese nationals. Our concern is with the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese government. And the Chinese government has shown a willingness to leverage insiders who have no origins in China, for example. So vetting is a very important part of our resilience and our national security, but it's not sufficient in its own right.
So your concern is with the leverage. They could do that with Chinese nationals. They could use it with other individuals as well. What kind of leverage are you seeing right now the Chinese Communist Party using in this country?
Well, it covers the waterfront, right? So I'll give you one example that's public. So GE Aviation, a major public, very sophisticated company, entered into a joint venture with, it wasn't a Chinese company, but the Chinese were able to recruit an insider at the joint venture. The joint venture was then able to get access to sensitive GE information, which then he used to help Chinese intelligence officers back in China hack GE's systems. So you had the joint venture, which enabled the recruitment of the insider, which enabled the cyber hacking. And then for extra credit, the guy was able to essentially cover the tracks because of his insider access. Now, fortunately, there's a happy ending to that story because GE did what we want all businesses to do, had a good relationship with the FBI and our local field office. And we were able to essentially run a sting operation back against the Chinese, prevent millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars of R&D from being fleeced by the Chinese and essentially lure an MSS officer who was involved to Brussels, where he was arrested, and we extradited him, and he's now in federal prison. That's what we need to happen more often, but it also shows that if a company as sophisticated and big as GE can fall prey to this, what company couldn't?
So GE did the right thing. If the company was a CCP affiliated company, would they have done the same thing?
I wouldn't count on it.
Thank you.
Yeah, gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the four of you for coming on out here today. I guess I want to just build on something that Congressman Moulton was talking about. Director Easterly, you talked about just the importance of being able to connect in with the different communities across our nation. I was very interested in what you said about the field force, of making people aware and organizations aware of the services that are being provided. And a lot of the conversation today has been talking about, how can we prevent some of this type of situation where we would have these vulnerabilities with our critical infrastructure. But Director Easterly, you also framed it, and I thought it was a very poignant way to frame it, talking about some of the concern of societal panic, I think is the phrase that you used, something that can be done against us that can very much damage our ability to operate, create that kind of concern amongst the American people that could sway political decision-making and weighing decisions in that way. So I guess I just wanted to ask the four of you, yes, we put everything that we can into trying to prevent something from happening. But God forbid something were to happen, some type of major disruption, whether GPS or something else of that nature. What kind of active planning are we doing in a whole of government way? Are the four of you brought into that type of coordinated effort for that kind of 0 hour, day after type of planning? I'm just want to have some sort of assurance or some sort of understanding of what kind of work you all are doing in that responsive way, not the preventative way, to tackle this issue and prevent that type of societal panic that you all were worrying us about. So please, wherever you want to start, Director Easterly.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. And really, it's not my phrase, societal panic. It's the Chinese part of their doctrine, and it's a pretty scary phrase, frankly. But we are working very closely with FEMA, our partners in the department, and they are going to lead a whole of nation planning effort to ensure that we can respond to significant national security events. Now, this is, of course, building on years and years of national readiness plans and national response plans. With respect to cyber in particular, we were asked by the National Cyber Director as part of the National Cybersecurity Strategy to update the National Cyber Incident Response Plan, so dealing with massive attacks across the country. And we're working on that very closely with our government partners as well as with our industry partners, because as you've heard, industry plays a critical role in this because they oftentimes have the best information on what's happening in private critical infrastructure. So that connectivity will be incredibly important for us to catalyze an effective response if there is a major attack on our nation.
Mr. Coker, I just want to turn to you. How do you feel about our readiness and preparation in that kind of capacity? Are we doing everything we need to at the federal, state, and local level?
Thank you for the question and the concern. And while I am very confident that we're taking the steps that we need to, for example, I think you heard about some of the exercises that we worked with CISA on to prepare our sector risk management agencies for these types of situations. I am concerned that we continue to work with the state, local, tribal, and territorial governments. We've said several times today, they're on the front lines, these types of actions, and I view them as being a combatant commander, if you will, with many of us being supporting commanders. They're the ones who need our support, so it's part of our shift in the national cybersecurity strategy to shift the burden, the responsibility to those that are most capable. In this instance, it's the federal government that's most capable to prevent and then to lead the resilience in the case of an instance like this.
Okay. Well, look, I'd love to keep up with this because, I mean, look, in New Jersey, we have a lot of readiness in responding to the hurricanes and other storms, but, I just don't really feel like there's a lot of muscle memory and understand how to be able to deal with some of these other types of approaches. I'll just end with Director Easterly again. we're talking about the readiness that we need. I have a real concern about some of the funding discussions we're having here on Capitol Hill. Last September, House Republicans voted on a budget that would cut 22% to CISA. I guess I just wanted to get a sense from you what that would do in terms of our impacts and readiness.
It would have a catastrophic impact on our ability to protect and defend the critical infrastructure that Americans rely on every hour of every day.
Thanks for hitting home. Yield back.
Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of our witnesses today for your valuable testimony and the work you do to help protect Americans on a daily basis. In particular, General Nakasone, I want to wish you continued success and a well-deserved retirement. I want to focus my remarks initially on the importance of reauthorizing Section 702 of FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And as we know, Section 702 of FISA is set to expire here in Congress if we fail to reauthorize that program on April 19th of this year. And I would argue it's of existential importance to this country from a national security standpoint. And 702 is a crucial tool for providing the U.S. with the ability to target foreign people overseas to gather information that allows us to protect our citizens both abroad and here at home. And when we think about today's topic, the CCP cyber threat to the American homeland and national security, I want to direct my questions to Director Wray and General Nakasone. Can you talk or explain on how the information derived from Section 702, as we specifically focus on our topic today, aids in protecting our troops from China's malign activities in the Pacific and the U.S. effort to counter China's cyber espionage here on U.S. soil and our efforts to prevent transnational repression?
Well, I want to strongly second your comments about Section 702 and its indispensability to our national defense from foreign threats. Specifically in the context of today's hearing, 702 is the greatest tool the FBI has to combat PRC hacking groups. Just to give a concrete example, just last year, thanks to FBI FISA 702 information, we were able to identify PRC state-sponsored cyber actors taking initial steps to access a particular U.S. transportation hub. And we were able to quickly notify the entity and share technical details, which enabled them to be able to kick the Chinese off the networks before harm could be done, before some of the more apocalyptic scenarios we've been talking about here could transpire. That's the kind of thing that happens, frankly, not infrequently in our work. That is 702 enabling us to identify PRC malicious cyber activity targeting Americans, targeting American critical infrastructure, enabling us to warn victims, to notify them with details that enable them to take effective defensive action. And so, in my view, failure to reauthorize Section 702, or for that matter, reauthorizing it in a way that severely restricted our ability to use it, would be a form of unilateral disarmament in the face of the Chinese Communist Party, which I can assure the American people, the Chinese government is not tying its hands behind its back. It's going the other direction, and we need to do the same.
Thank you. General Nakasone.
Congressman, Section 702 is the most important authority that the National Security Agency uses every single day to keep Americans safe and to secure our nation. As someone who was at the Pentagon on 9/11, to consider that we would return to the days before Section 702, where we couldn't connect the dots, is almost inexplicable to me. The other piece that I would add to your question is 702 is so agile that it provides us an ability to see the Chinese precursor chemicals that are being used to feed fentanyl, which is the scourge of our nation. 100,000 Americans lost their lives in 2022. 702 allows us to identify those precursors that saves lives. The final point that I would offer is that of the surveillance authorities that are out there today, the most transparent, the most effective, the most important authority is 702. It balances civil liberties and privacy and the requirements of our national security.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for his incredible work on that issue as well. Mr. Torres.
Thank you. General Nakasone, the United States is a cyber superpower. Do you consider China a comparable cyber superpower?
Congressman, I consider China a near-peer adversary, yes.
And what is the likelihood of China outcompeting the United States in cyberspace?
Given I think given the attention that we're putting on this today, the realization that our nation must change, the strategic environment that it must change, our national defense strategy, our national security strategy, I think we will maintain that superiority.
A reassuring answer. During World War II, the United States was concerned that Nazi Germany would be the first to develop an atomic bomb. Today, we're concerned that China could be the first to develop a quantum computer capable of breaking modern encryption. Director Easterly, who's winning the quantum computing arms race?
I would probably ask General Nakasone to weigh in on that
Sure.
specifically.
Congressman, you point out one of the critical things that we're moving towards right now. Our agency creates the keys, codes, and cryptography that ensures the underlying encryption of our nation. We are developing those keys, codes, and cryptography in partnership with NIST to ensure that our nation is safe from a quantum computer, which you just described. National Security Memorandum 10 talks about this. We are well on the way to being able to do that, and we will be able to defeat any type of quantum capability that the Chinese have in the future.
So we're winning the race?
We are.
Artificial intelligence, there's a real risk that advanced AI could enable anyone, anywhere to carry out a cyber attack on critical infrastructure. What can be done to prepare ourselves for a world of widely distributed cyber weapons of mass destruction?
Well, this is an area where I have significant concerns because AI is moving faster. It is moving at a speed that is 3 times the speed of Moore's law. It is unpredictable, and it will probably be the most powerful weapon of our generation. Most powerful weapon of the last generation was owned and operated by nations who are disincentivized to use it. These are generally owned and operated and produced by private sector companies who are driven by a profit motive. So we need to be very specific about the guardrails and ultimately the type of regulation that will help prevent the use of these capabilities for nefarious purposes by rogue nations, by cyber criminals, by terrorists. And we need to move incredibly quickly to do that. I think this and China are the 2 generational issues that we need to be riveted on to protect our nation.
I wonder how
And
difficult
as
that will
you
be to do.
noted, AI development is largely unfolding among a small number of companies, secretly behind the scenes, and I think most of us, even in Congress, are out of the loop. Do you feel like these companies are keeping you abreast of the latest advances in AI and the implications that those advances would have for cybersecurity?
Well, I think one of the good news story is because of the illumination of this issue and the inherent risks by the Congress, by the administration, industry has had to come to the table and actually work in a more transparent way, which we greatly appreciate. But we need to see more of that. And frankly, we need to have secure guidelines in place. There needs to be secure by design for AI, which is why we've been working with all the big generative AI companies and international partners to ensure that when these capabilities are created, security is the top priority.
There are multiple leaders, the CISA director, national cyber director, the deputy national security advisor for cyber and emergency technology, the head of cybercom, who play a role in setting cyber policy. And there are multiple law enforcement agencies, FBI, Secret Service, Homeland Security investigations, that play a role in combating cyber crimes like ransomware. Who is in charge of coordinating the various moving parts of cyber policymaking and law enforcement?
Statutorily, it's the Office of the National Cyber Director that serves that purpose, sir.
And how does your role differ from that of the Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technologies? What's the difference between those 2 roles?
The National Security Council writ large yields all mechanisms of national power, and cyber is but one. So when the NSC provides guidance and advice to the president, it's far broader than cyber. Our domain is on.
No, but there's a deputy NSA specifically for cyber. So how does that role differ from yours?
We work very closely together, but the big difference is there is more of an operational flavor to that role than my role. Again, our office is providing strategic and policy guidance, not operational guidance, which is what the National Security Council does with our colleagues. Again, far broader than cyber, but more operational than the Office of National Cyber Director. But I also want to be real clear that we work very closely together. Literally weekly, we have a sync, leader to leader, but our staffs are working together daily.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Johnson.
Director Easterly, Director Ray, I just want to have a conversation with the two of you, largely around the maritime, the port situation. It seems to me that our ports are becoming more reliant on equipment, technology, infrastructure from PRC-affiliated firms. I find that concerning. Is that a legitimate threat?
Yes.
So I think it's a good example of the theme that we've been talking about in this hearing in other contexts as well, right? Which is if you're talking about Chinese businesses, there is the potential that they can be leveraged by the Chinese government for all manner of concerns. When you combine that with some of the cybersecurity concerns that have also been discussed here in the context of ports and maritime security, it's sort of a double whammy.
Yeah, I mean, these supply chains, of course, are so interconnected and so heavily reliant upstream and downstream. It doesn't take very much hitch and a giddy up to start to strangle our ability to engage in international trade or to power the American economy. How do you assess the awareness of our maritime partners, the port operators, shippers, carriers, about this threat?
Yeah, so one of the issues, and you may be alluding to this, sir, is that 80% of cranes in our ports are ZPMC. So it goes to the point about Chinese-controlled infrastructure in our critical infrastructure. Part of the issue is, and we work very closely with the Coast Guard, who serve as the Sector Risk Management Agency for Maritime Transportation Systems. We make all of the owners and operators aware of the very real threat and the risk. But when you have such almost a monopoly in a manufacturer, it's very hard to rip and replace. Same concerns with the communications infrastructure. So what we do is we provide, working with the Coast Guard, information on the threat, and we provide what they can do to mitigate the impact of that threat. So there are things that can be done to lessen that risk. But of course, we should work to be able to not have to depend on this type of Chinese infrastructure, which ultimately is controlled by the CCP.
Well, and you're exactly right. And I think that's worth double underlining that 80% of the ship-to-shore cranes are manufactured by PRC-affiliated firms. It does seem like that is quite a liability, all things being considered. Director Ray, more to add on that front?
Well, I would agree with both your comments and Director Easterly's. I would just add that it's about more than just the ports and the cranes. Maritime sector more broadly is something that we know the Chinese have targeted, and that's part of why, together with CISA and Coast Guard and others, we've tried to put out a lot of information about best practices, mitigation guidance, et cetera, to try to reduce the risk, but ultimately, if we're going to be in a more secure posture, we're going to have to be mindful of the Chinese government's ability to leverage its businesses.
So let's assume that y'all are doing everything right. You've done a good job educating these private sector partners, because so much of this infrastructure, as we've talked about, whether it's electricity, whether it's water, and now we're talking about ports, really is owned and operated by the private sector. Let's assume you've done a perfect job of educating them. What do you assess they need to do better over the course of the next 3 to 5 years to minimize the dangers of this threat?
I'm happy to start. One other thing I would mention, FBI and CIS actually put out something specific about Chinese manufactured drones, which is another area we have significant concerns in. But in terms of what they need to do, it goes back to ensuring that they have an awareness of the threat environment and that they are taking those measures to invest in basic cyber hygiene. Some of this are just taking the basics to understand your infrastructure, to know what the vulnerabilities are, so you can drive remediation of them. That cyber hygiene is so important. I made the point in the opening statement, but I really think it's worth doubling down. Every CEO, every board member, every business leader of a critical infrastructure owner or operator has to see cyber risk as a core business risk. They have to manage it as a matter of good governance and national security. So that's an important message to anybody that leads an organization in this nation.
I would just add to those very good points that much as Director Easterly referred to in her opening statement, same thing in the context of ports and maritime security more broadly, we need victims to reach out to us immediately, because the victim who reaches out to immediately is the one who's going to supply the information that will enable us not just to be able to share information with them to better mitigate and prevent their attack from becoming worse, but more importantly, in many ways, prevent the attack from metastasizing to other sectors and other businesses. So the first victim that gets contacted, that victim's information is the one that helps us protect all the other organizations and victims that are potentially out there. And so we see all the time, when it's done right, businesses reaching out to their local FBI field office. We're able to be there often within an hour or just a little bit more, sharing technical indicators that they wouldn't have had. The dots get connected. They're better able to prevent that attack from getting worse, but then they're also able to share intelligence, which enables us collectively to then arm other businesses and other ports, let's say in this case, from being victims and getting further left of boom.
Mr. Chair, I would close by noting that we have hyper-optimized these supply chains for efficiency, but we cannot leave resilience behind, including, of course, cyber. Thanks.
Noted.
I yield.
Mr. Auchincloss.
Thank you, Chairman, for today bringing together witnesses with such credibility and commitment to defending our democracy. I appreciate it. This hearing brings to mind my favorite anecdote from the Civil War. It was 1864, and Grant just took command of the Army of the Potomac, and he was surrounded by his senior staff. And they were preparing for their march into Northern Virginia, and they kept on saying, well, Lee's going to do this, and Lee's going to do that, and what if Lee thinks about this? And he snapped, and he said, stop worrying about what General Lee is going to do. Let's make him worry about what we're going to do to them.
This is the guy
And
that went off
I
about
think
Trump
that a
in the
lot when it
last
comes to
hearing.
cyber, because we have to do all of these
Crazy
things
person.
that Mr. Johnson put forward so articulately about making ourselves resilient. But we also have to make them worry about what we're going to do to them. And it strikes me that the best offense we have is not actually the NSA's ability to hit their critical infrastructure, although I know we can do that, and we're in the clear right now, and I'm not going to ask you all the details, but that needs to be there. But actually, the best offense that we have is to turn their domestic populations on those regimes, to allow their own people to debate, to deliberate, to ask themselves whether they like 3-year COVID lockdowns, to whether they like invading another sovereign nation. And Starlink, in the last several years, has proven that it can open up those channels of civic discourse that are so corrosive to authoritarian regimes. This question is for any of you who want to tackle it, but what can we in the US government do to, one, turbocharge our ability to turn on their civic discourse, whether with Starlink or other means, and to two, to make sure that that decision is US government's decision, not Elon Musk's decision?
I'd like to start, Congressman. I think the key piece that you've just talked about is what we've all realized, which is the what we do hasn't changed a lot. The National Security Agency, we do signals intelligence, we do cybersecurity. At U.S. Cyber Command, we do cyberspace operations. It's the how. The how is changing so rapidly. And this is where we have an impact against China, much in the same way Grant in the Wilderness Campaign decided that we're going to focus on our strengths, not worry about his adversary. That's the same thing we have here. We have our strengths. Our strengths begin with our partnership. Our strengths begin with the fact that we are able to talk with our private sector and be able to understand broadly what is going on. The fact that we are now publishing these type of insights in an unclassified manner, hanging them on our websites, must and will.
But do we have a
concern the
plan,
Chinese.
General? do we have, and maybe this is for Mr. Coker or Ms. Easterly, but do we have a plan for internet freedom in Iran, in Russia, in China, so that their populations can engage? The Ayatollah is 84 years old. He's got advanced prostate cancer. There's going to be a succession soon. Are we ensuring that the Iranian people have as much of a voice as possible in making their discontent known as that succession planning is happening? Same thing, of course, in China. That's what really keeps Xi Jinping up at night, I believe, is not actually US politics, it's latent Chinese politics.
Well, I'll come at it from the FBI's end. I mean, much of what you're talking about are operations that would take place, in those countries. But that's why when we call out transnational repression by all the governments you listed off, that's so important, because those repressive techniques that you're talking about, they're not just doing them in their home countries, they're exporting it onto US soil. And their victims, their intended victims, are primarily the diaspora of those countries, dissidents and critics here who have the audacity, in their view, to criticize those regimes, the Chinese, the Iranians, the Russians, et cetera. And so when we take action through exercise of the rule of law here to protect those victims and call out that behavior, those families are in contact with their family members back in those countries, which helps create the dynamic you're talking about.
I agree with you, and we've had excellent hearings on transnational repression, and I understand the feedback loops. I would say, though, that we need a whole of government strategy for Starlink on steroids for these authoritarian regimes. In my last 30 seconds, Director Wray, I want to compliment you on the work that you've done since October 7th to improve public safety in the United States. I know that's been a focus for yours, and that in December, you testified that you saw blinking lights everywhere and that you were especially concerned about Hamas-inspired domestic terrorism. And we know that the Chinese are fomenting that, frankly. Regrettably, the Boston City Council in my home state rejected $13 million of federal terrorism funds that would help in part with cybersecurity, but also terrorism preparation operations. What would be your message for municipalities and localities about the importance of regional preparation to defend against terrorism, both cybersecurity as well as kinetic?
We are, since October 7th, in a heightened threat environment from various forms of terrorist risk. The biggest one is an inspired attack by the conflict in the Middle East, but an attack that's inspiring some individual here in a horribly misguided way to commit an attack. And that risk is more likely to be a lone actor targeting so-called soft targets here in the United States, which is, facilities, houses of worship, schools, places that people every day in America go, including in municipalities like the ones you're talking about. And so to defend the public we all serve, we need to be mindful of that heightened terrorist risk.
Time has expired. Ms. Hinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to our distinguished guests. Thank you so much for appearing before our committee to discuss these blatant threats that the PRC poses, not only to our cyber security, but to our national security on many, many levels. And Director Wray, I wrote it down when you gave your opening statement. You talked about, they want to wreak havoc and real world harm on us. And we need to be ready if and when. And I think it's very clear today from our discussion that it's not if, it's already happening. So our answer is resiliency, it's prevention, and it's accountability. And so I'm pleased to hear about the work that you're doing interagency to counter these threats. And back in September, the chairman and I led a letter to you, Director Wray, as well as to Secretary Austin, requesting that the FBI and Pentagon brief members of this committee specifically on the gate crashers at many of our sensitive facilities, U.S. military bases, critical infrastructure. And it's unacceptable that the PRC was even able to gain access to many of these sensitive sites. They scuba dived around sensitive military equipment. They were able to infiltrate our Army test sites, missile sites, and then, of course, the most egregious example of the spy balloon going across our country. It's a blatant attack on our country to undermine our national security and breach our military and technical innovation. So I appreciate the prompt response to our letter. And I want to ensure that this conversation continues, that our security agencies are prioritizing this at the highest level. So I would be curious what the FBI is doing right now to further secure these critical areas to ensure that we are stopping these threats to the American people before they happen.
So we are tackling it through a combination of investigations, intelligence sharing, and engagement. And to break that down a little bit further, we have in all 56 of our field offices counterintelligence task forces that are FBI-led, but that have representatives serving on them from the relevant military agencies that are in that area, as well as in many cases state and local law enforcement, who are a very important part of giving us sort of additional fort multiplier to help counter the threat. And so we've any number of investigations into different kinds of efforts by actors associated with the PRC to spy on, if you will, or in other ways target our military installations. Intelligence sharing, obviously things that we learned through our investigations, we're able to marshal that and then share that back with our DoD partners so that they can use that to be even savvier about how they defend their installations. And then engagement, we're trying to make sure that the lines of communication are wide open between us and whatever military facility is in that particular area. When I visit an FBI field office, and I've visited all 56 twice, I'm on my third round now, it never fails to inspire me the close relationship that exists between the local FBI field office and the military presence in that state.
And I'm sure there are many, many of those partnerships that have been very, very successful in stopping many of these threats. But we can't rest on our laurels, and obviously continuing those conversations is going to be critical. And look forward to maybe further conversations there, perhaps in classified setting, about what more we can be doing. I want to quickly follow up in the remaining time that I have about rip and replace, because that is a huge, huge concern. Recently introduced a bill with many members of this committee, including the chairman and the ranking member, Representative Molinar, to help kind of breach that critical funding gap that exists for rip and replace. But it's certainly concerning when you hear about these routers and all of the different equipment that exists within our telecom. Some of them are very, very small organizations that do not have the resources. So we want to, of course, repurpose some of those COVID funds and put them toward ripping out this Chinese telecom equipment. That is a huge vulnerability. So Director Easterly, this question's for you. Can you address really the importance of a rip and replace program, not just for this level, but maybe do we need to look at expanding it further? And what are the consequences of us not taking action here?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly complex supply chains, as you know. But when it comes down to some basic fundamentals, I think you pointed out around the bill itself, 24,000 pieces of Chinese software in these supply chains. And so it's imperative that we help the owners of some of these less resourced entities to be able to make these important changes to reduce risk. Two things I would add is we co-lead what's called the Information Communications Technology Supply Chain Risk Management Task Force. And so I'm not even sure that they know that there may be capabilities with funding to do that rip and replace. So I think that education there is incredibly important. The other thing that I think we need to be aware of, and we, of course, the FCC has a covered list with a variety of different Chinese equipment, from Dahua to Huawei to ZTE to Hytera. What we do is we make critical infrastructure aware that that may exist in their systems, so they can also be aware of the threat, either mitigate it or replace it. I think the whole effort is incredibly important, and commend you for the bill.
Yeah, well, certainly we have a lot of vulnerability, and we're working to get, and I realize I'm almost out of time, Mr. Chairman, but we're working to get a true accounting of what vulnerabilities still exist within even government buildings or even leased government buildings. So thank you for all of you appearing before our committee today. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank each of our witnesses for leading extraordinary agencies at a time of great turbulence and instability in the world. Our cybersecurity capabilities are perhaps one of our greatest threats and opportunities in the 21st century. We must do more to deter and respond to threats to our systems coming from the hostile actors across the world, including North Korea, Russia, and Iran. And we know the Chinese Communist Party has incredibly sophisticated cyber infrastructure and will become, or has been discussed today, already one of our fiercest competitors on this front. One of our greatest assets, something which the CCP overlooks, is our diversity. As Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi and Vice President Kamala Harris have both said, our diversity is our power. One aspect in which we can and must do so much more is to build and rely on a diverse pool of talent in the field of cybersecurity. I know this is a top priority for the Biden-Harris administration and for all of you as leaders of your respective agencies. So turning to you, Director Coker, I know this topic is something important to you and you have spoken about it before. Can you speak on the administration's broad effort to increase our cyber workforce by sourcing talent from diverse places and the benefit it brings to our ability to combat CCP efforts?
Thank you so much for that question and that important topic. And to me and the administration, diversity is all about achieving positive mission outcomes. That message cannot be, misunderstood. It's about positive mission outcomes, and we do that by having the strongest teams possible. I talked to 500,000 open cyber jobs. So whatever we've been doing lately hasn't been working. So what do we need to do to fix that? We have the National Cyber Workforce and Education Strategy that has its pillar. Two that are most relevant to your question are expanding the federal cyber workforce and then America's writ large. We need to do that by, number one, having people realize the impact to national security. We talked about national service. I think Americans want to serve our nation and need to be clear about cybersecurity is serving our nation. Growing up, about the only national service we had by and large was wearing a uniform, voting, and paying taxes. That's changed today. All those critical infrastructure segments that we have, that's national security. So we need to make sure there's an opportunity to serve our nation in cyber. Number two, it used to be a misnomer that cybersecurity and cyber in general was a technical endeavor. That's not the case. Folks think they have to be STEM. Cybersecurity is about critical thinking. It's about agility. It's about being open-minded. So one need not be an engineer or a scientist to make contributions in cybersecurity. Also want to add that there are communities across the country that aren't exposed to these opportunities. I'm a rural kid from Kansas. I didn't know I could serve until there happened to be a recruiter that came from the Naval Academy. I hadn't even heard of the Naval Academy. You can expand that to cybersecurity. So we need to go places where we haven't gone before. And leaders know that we need to take opportunities for people. There's a level of risk. Need not lower standards at all. But sometimes qualifications that are listed are not valid. People can learn. We find the right people, we develop them, retain them, and we turn them loose. So the administration's perspective is let's find the right people, looking in places we haven't necessarily looked before. And why? Because we need more, better, different people to achieve positive mission outcomes.
Thank you so very much. I now want to turn to another important topic which weighs on all of our minds, and that's the 2024 national election. As we frequently remind everyone, the 2020 presidential election was the safest, most secure election in our nation's history. However, the 2016 election preceding it was scarred by Russian hacking and broad disinformation campaigns, which severely compromised the integrity of the election. Anyone on the panel, if you would be willing to answer the question or address this, in an unclassified setting, is there any
Am I wrong?
evidence at
Wasn't
this
the Russian
time the
hacking thing
CCP is
disproven?
using artificial intelligence to interfere in the U.S. elections? And how do we ensure this election is free from CCP influence? And I only have 8 seconds, so sorry.
Negative 11 seconds.
Probably
I'll allow
defer
it.
to my Intel colleagues on whether the CCP is actively using artificial intelligence. But based on the DNI's report in December about the activity in the 2022 midterms, which talked about the aggregate scope and scale of foreign activity and influence and interference being more than we saw in 2018, and specifically Chinese attempts at influence, we should expect it. We should absolutely expect that foreign actors will attempt to influence and that they will interfere. But to be very clear, Americans should have confidence in the integrity of our election infrastructure because of the enormous amount of work that's been done by state and local election officials, by the federal government, by vendors, by the private sector since 2016, since election infrastructure was designated as critical infrastructure. It's that work that should make the American people confident in the security, resilience, and integrity of the American election system.
I don't know, guys. Her answer didn't make me feel confident. I don't know about you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually share the thoughts of my colleague on the other side, Mr. Auchengloss, about the need to provide technology so that the people that live in repressive regimes like Russia, China, Iran, we actually start a second front without shedding any blood, so that the people inside can actually, they're all seeking freedom, and we need to help them achieve freedom and throw the shackles of this regime. So hopefully we can have that kind of technology to allow them to communicate with themselves, so that can happen. One of the things that happened very interesting. There were hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets of Cuba back in a couple of years ago in July, and the first thing that the Cuban government did was shut down the internet, identify the leaders, and then took them out. We can find a technology that allows the people to communicate with themselves. I think we can actually help the cause of freedom around the world. And so, I'll be working with my colleague there to see how we can make that happen. I actually believe that the cyber war that we're conducting right now is a battle. And I think actually the race is really the race to AI. Do you agree with that, Ms. Easterly?
I think AI will play a tremendous role in the battlefield to come, but both on private sector as well.
How important is the accumulation of data in this race to AI?
Well, it's all about data at the end of the day. So
Well, good.
data is the gold.
So here's where I'm
Data is
going.
the oil.
Okay, there's 150 million users of TikTok in the United States. How valuable is that data to the CCP?
Enormously valuable.
Okay, so Mr. Ray, knowing that it is critical for the United States to win the race to AI, and TikTok is a huge source of data, actually in a language that they need, because I believe that the Chinese language is actually a disadvantage and that they need more Western languages in order to win that race. How critical to our security is well, TikTok is providing all this data to the CCP. Do you think that's a security threat to the United States?
I have very significant security concerns about TikTok. And it's a combination of the ability that the Chinese government would have to, if they choose to exercise it, to control the collection of the data, to control the recommendation algorithm, and if they wanted to be able to control and compromise devices. And if you layer AI, as you're saying, right on top of all that, it just amplifies those concerns, because the ability to collect U.S. person data and feed that into their AI engine, it just magnifies the problem. We look at AI as a concern in the wrong hands, but we also know that American AI innovation is the envy of the world, and the Chinese are trying to steal it. So the big concern, of course, is that they will not only steal American data and feed it into their AI engine, but that they'll steal American AI innovation and make their theft even more effective. And all you have to do is look at the Equifax hack from several years ago, where they were able to steal the personally identifiable information from 150 million American people.
Director, I'm running out of time. I need to ask you a question. It's a direct question. It's a tough one, probably. I don't know how you're going to answer it. Would you ban TikTok in the United States? It's a yes or no.
Well, there's a decision-making
tough one.
process that's outside
A lot of
my
people
lane,
make
but let me
money
try
from
to answer
TikTok.
it this way. As long as the Chinese government has the ability to control all these aspects of the business, I don't see how you get your way clear to mitigating those concerns.
Fair enough. I also share the concerns of my colleague, Mr. Johnson. Over the past 8 months, I've worked with the Chairman Gallagher and members of the Committee on Homeland Security led by my Transportation and Maritime Security Subcommittee, to conduct a joint investigation examining cybersecurity and supply chain threats at U.S. maritime ports posed by the People's Republic of China. I anticipate sharing our joint investigative report soon. When I was the mayor of Miami-Dade County, we operate one of the biggest ports, in the United States. And lo and behold, when I look at our cranes, they all had Chinese writing on it. So they all came from China. 80% of the world's cranes are actually manufactured in China. But what's worse, I thought that we were okay with software. Maybe software developed in Western countries was okay operating these cranes, but we also find out that in a lot of instances, the software is shipped to China, stays there for over a year, and then it's installed in China, and we don't know what happens to it in that time. And so operating that software, knowing that that software either reporting back to China or that somehow it can be turned off at any time. Think about it. 80% of the world's commerce is controlled by those cranes. So thank you,
Wow.
and I'm way over. So
It's
thank you very
crazy.
much for indulging me, Mr. Chairman.
Apparently the lights are also controlled by somebody. Carlos and I climbed up in one of those cranes. I didn't,
where?
in Miami. I didn't know that I was afraid of heights until that moment, but it was illuminating. Miss Stevens.
Story time at
Always
Congress.
learning about our chairman. This is a real honor to be with all you. This is another just top-notch hearing, and certainly, we're not the Homeland Security Committee or even Armed Services, and
Can't
so,
tell who's talking,
yes,
but I'm going to make a
getting into
wild
these
guess. Is she
points
from
are
Wisconsin?
Entanglements of cybersecurity threats and its realities, of which I'd love to ask you about. I just wanted to start from a more elevated place. And maybe this is a question for Mr. Ray and Mr. Coker. What is the CCP's motivation, as far as you know and can share, with cybersecurity threats and actions? Because we've been hearing colleagues and everyone talking about all these little examples and all the tools and this and that. But what's the goal here? Is it to chip away at our economy? Is it to make us look weak? And in fact, I think even just some of what we're positing today is perpetuating, I think, some of this position of weakness rather than strength, because much of this technology is technology we've created. But that's another point. I'm more interested in the why.
Well, my starting point would be that, as with most questions about the Chinese government's tactics and strategy, when one asks, is it A, B, or C, the answer is usually D, all the above. And in the context of cyber threats, they are using their biggest hacking program in the world to try to steal our intellectual property, to advance their own economic engine. They're trying to steal our personally identifiable information to feed into the influence operations and other tactics that we've talked about here already in this hearing. They're using their cyber targeting to suppress dissidents and critics. And as is revealed through the operation we've talked about and announced here this morning, they're using their cyber targeting to pre-position on our critical infrastructure to be able, should they so choose, to conduct a destructive or disruptive attack on our critical infrastructure at the time of a conflict. So they're doing all those things. They all feed up ultimately into their goal to supplant the U.S. as the world's greatest superpower.
I'm in agreement in that the goal is to supplant the U.S. We are in a competition with China, and frankly, they're the only nation that has the means to reshape the international order, and means being diplomatic, economic, military. We are in a competition. We have to acknowledge that. We'll not lose sight of it. We also need to manage that competition responsibly to avoid the confrontation and conflict. And we can do that by continuing to operate with confidence, not yielding the initiative, not merely staying on the defensive, but being as strong as the United States has always been. We look at the national security strategy. It says to invest at home to maintain our strength.
So we shouldn't consider cybersecurity attacks warfare. I mean, I know General Nakasone, you're here, and I'm. What are they doing over there? I mean, do they have a department that is just focused on cyber attacks? Because this is sort of, in some respects, hard to wrap our heads around, right? I mean, we don't. I know, Ray, you've got your whole caboodle that you can talk about and then can't talk about, but I'm just more or less interested in terms of, how are we choosing to respond to these things? What's our perch and what do we know about how they're actually putting all this stuff together?
Well, we know a lot about what they're doing, as we've talked about today. We also know who's doing it. We know how they're structured. We know their version of the National Security Agency and U.S. Cyber Command. We also know that they have very, very specific organizations that are targeting different parts of the world, to include the United States of America. And now I think the important thing is, now that we know that, what are we doing about it? And this is to the point of the department's strategy is that we defend forward. We operate outside the United States to be able to impose costs on our adversaries, either by enabling our partners or acting. And that's the important piece.
I am just out of time, but Ms. Easterly, as someone who founded the Women in STEM caucus here, bipartisan caucus in the Congress, it is such a treat to hear your expertise. You've been phenomenal. All of you have. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Telling you, she looked just like
Critical
Alex Guarnaschelli. It's
infrastructure
crazy.
And intellectual property across California are at risk of being attacked by the CCP and other adversaries. This could have serious consequences for my constituents. In May, the LA Times wrote about threats of cyber attacks on our water infrastructures. And then I'm, seeing all these directors, and then you're head of cyber attacks or cybersecurity, head of all these departments. What we do, interagency coordination on cyber attacks and vulnerability at ports around the world with US military and commercial present. Because I think anybody can answer, because you are talking about what your agency has been doing and how you are protecting from the cyber attacks, but how we working together with all these different agencies?
So I'll start saying a couple things. So with respect to ports specifically, so CISA was built by Congress in 2018 to serve the role as the national coordinator for critical infrastructure security and resilience. So we work with all of the sector risk management agencies to ensure that we can work with industry to help them understand the risk so that they can manage that risk and reduce that risk. And we have a phenomenal partnership with the US Coast Guard, where we work with them day in and day out to do cyber assessments, to help with vulnerability scanning, to ensure that all of the maritime transportation sector has what they need to reduce risk. The other point I'd make, particularly if the CCP is watching this hearing, and I assume that they are, is the strength of our cyber capabilities in the United States of America is that we operate as a team. There may be different people doing different things, but all of us work incredibly closely together, and we know that our strength is our unity as we work together.
How about other allies? Because like lodging, maritime tracking system, we are not using, unfortunately, here in this country, but you know what? Our allies like Japan, South Korea, Portugal, Spain, they're using it. And China, CCP knows exactly what's going in and out. And even that our naval ships are going into those countries. How we protect that, and how are we going to work with the other countries too?
So we almost invariably, on almost all the things we've been talking about here today, especially in cyber, are working with foreign partners, our closest foreign partners, who are themselves, as you say, also being targeted by the CCP. And especially in the context of cyber, our focus is on conducting joint sequenced operations, which almost invariably involve not just U.S. partners, but sometimes as many as 10 or 20 foreign partners all working together in tandem to try to have the whole be greater than the sum of the parts. We've talked a lot about numbers, the disadvantage that we're at relative to the CCP, but as General Nakasone said, one thing we have is partnerships, true partnerships, which allow us to have kind of our two, the US's two, together with some other country, say it's Japan's two, and have it equal 5 to get synergies when working together. And that's ultimately our best defense against the CCP.
So China is ready to attack by 2027 Taiwan. And we heard, and we had a great meeting with former Defense Secretary Gates, and he was the one actually talking about more of it's not going to be the war, but more of the commercial stops means that they're going to just stop all these ships going in and out. That's the way they're going to isolate Taiwan. But when the other countries are still using those systems, and especially in the United States, our cranes were made by China and they're actually controlling it. You were talking about that just a little gas line that, we got into trouble. But when they stop all those cranes that what we are using in the United States ports, we are in big trouble. And then we cannot communicate, or we can communicate maybe, don't know, but you know what, we cannot really bring anything to Taiwan since that's islands. So we really have a big problem. So what kind of thing that we are really preparing that, how we're going to really go inside the CCP and find out that exactly what they are doing. And I think Congresswoman Stevens was talking about that. Do they have their own department? I think they do, and just only do cyber attacks. So how much we know that inside of China, that what they are doing to us and to other countries?
We have a tremendous amount of insight in terms of how they're organized, what their plans are, and what they're doing. This is one of the things that the National Security Agency spends a tremendous amount of time on. And we have a very, very good insight in terms of what their intent is.
Gentle lady, oh, anyone else want
Thank
to
you.
comment?
Thank you very much for all witnesses today and learned a lot. I had to get out because Ways and Means Committee meetings, but thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you. Home stretch, 2 more, I think. I just jinxed it. Someone may come back. Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, could you assure the American public today that no nonviolent protester about a ceasefire of the Middle East will be investigated or surveilled by the FBI?
We are not going to be investigating nonviolent First Amendment activity.
And could you just assure whatever their position is on the Middle East or the 2024 election, if there is an American who's out there engaged in expressing their view, whether that is for a ceasefire or whatever that is, the FBI is not going to be investigating them or surveilling them, correct?
Our mission is to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution, and we intend to do both. We embrace both parts of that mission. In our view, it doesn't matter what you're ticked off about or who you're ticked off at. There's a right way under the First Amendment to exercise those views, and we're going to help protect that. And there's a wrong way to exercise those views, and that's violence and threats, and we are going to investigate that.
I appreciate your saying that because I think I share your view that the First Amendment and peaceful protest is at the heart of our democracy. I also have appreciated some of your views on making sure that as we appropriately investigate Chinese threats to infrastructure and the Chinese Communist Party's threats and deal with the cybersecurity, you've been very clear that you do not think that that should involve the profiling of Chinese Americans. And I think you've been sensitive in some remarks you made at University of Michigan about how in the past that has happened. Can you speak to some of the past history of profiling of Asian Americans and how under your leadership you're going to make sure that that doesn't happen as we appropriately investigate Chinese Communist Party threats to the United States?
We are going to aggressively pursue the threat posed by the CCP with investigations that are predicated on the facts and the law and our policies. And they're not going to be based on race, ethnicity, or national origin, and they haven't been. Now, it is the case that the Chinese government aggressively targets individuals here to enlist them in their efforts, but they also aggressively suppress and coerce and harass Chinese Americans and Chinese visitors here. And so we view as part of our role to help protect those people. And so part of the key is drawing the distinction in between the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, the malicious actor, and Chinese Americans, Chinese dissidents, the victims.
And as you do this, Director, and like I said, I think under your leadership from your public comments, you've been quite good about drawing that distinction. But do you bring to it a historical awareness that Asian Americans in this country have been profiled in our history, just like I'm sure you have a historical awareness of the FBI's role during the civil rights movement?
Certainly, there have been abuses or mistakes in the past, and we're determined to make sure that those things don't happen again. But I do want to make clear that our work, at least since I've been director, focused on Chinese aggression, is based on the facts and the law and proper predication.
And you can assure sort of Chinese Americans that they aren't being profiled or targeted in any way based on their ethnicity or race.
We are not going to open investigations based on profiling people for race, ethnicity, or national origin or anything of that sort.
Thank you. I'm done with my question.
Thank you. And finally, a special guest, the esteemed chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee on Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Protection, Representative Garbarino. I have to ask unanimous consent for the gentleman to participate and ask questions at this hearing. Unanimous consent. Ominous dominus. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, for allowing me to visit today as a special guest. And I look forward to continuing to work with you all on building resilience to our CCP cyber threat. First, Director Ray, I'd like to say I took an international trip with some other colleagues, and we met with some of your employees over, your men and women in some other countries, and they are doing a phenomenal job, especially on the cyber threat level. So I'm saying great job with that. Director Easterly, it's good to see you. I wanted to ask you a question. The intelligence community has been warning for years that China has the ability to launch cyber attacks to disrupt U.S. critical infrastructure. In response to the persistence of this threat, I understand CISA has hired a new associate director to lead China operations. Can you please provide an update on the work of what's been completed over the last 6 months, and what do you have for the remainder? What plans for the remainder of the year?
Great, thanks so much. Great to see you, Chairman. Early last year, we decided to stand up a whole element under the Associate Director for China Operations. And so we hired a terrific subject matter expert, Andrew Scott, to lead that effort, really a cross-agency effort to ensure we had a deep understanding of the threat to critical infrastructure and that we could work effectively with our partners across the interagency at the state and local level, and of course with industry, to be able to build the security and the resilience that we need to defend the nation from these threats. Since that period of time, we, of course, as we've been talking about in this hearing, we have affirmatively found and eradicated Chinese intrusions in our critical infrastructure, a whole variety of sectors that we believe are being used to pre-position and prepare for destructive cyber attacks. So we have many lines of effort. One is about evicting cyber actors. One is about providing our free services to all of our stakeholders across the country so they have the vulnerability capabilities to identify and drive remediation of these vulnerabilities and exploits taken advantage of by the Chinese cyber actors. And then, as we've been talking about here, really catalyzing that operational collaboration, those public-private partnerships, because between government and the intelligence community, we really need industry to help build that mosaic so we have a deep understanding of the threat so that we can together reduce risk to the American people.
Is the JCDC, you talk about those collaborations, the JCDC, Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, what value is that adding to your China operations?
Yeah, this was, of course, the great innovation brought to us by the Cyberspace Solarium Commission. Started out as the JICPO. We turned it into the JCDC because I like rock and roll. But we've had that stood up for over 2.5 years now. We went from 10 companies that we're working with to over 200. And it really has been the platform that we've used to catalyze that operational collaboration, which is rooted in 3 fundamental things: a recognition that a threat to one business could be a threat to many. Why letting FBI and CISA know about a cyber threat incident is so critical. Second, it's really the reciprocal responsibilities of government and industry to recognize that we have to share information in real time, that has to be transparent. The government has to add value. The government has to be responsible in terms of how we protect data. And then finally, what the JCDC offers is a scalable way for us to share information, not just with the private sector, but very important partners across the government, like the National Security Agency Cyber Collaboration Cell and FBI's NCI JTF. So it really does help to put operational collaboration across the cyber ecosystem on steroids. And again, we're very grateful to the Congress for helping to fund it and authorize it, and to the Cyberspace Solarium Commission for coming up with that great idea.
Thank you, Director. Director Coker, congratulations on the new position. I wanted to, in your opening testimony, you mentioned administration's focusing on harmonizing cyber regulation and furtherance of the national cyber strategy. As you understand, the SEC recently finalized a cyber incident rule that goes, what I believe is against CERCIA, and also so does the Department of Homeland Security. And many sectors have said that with this new rule, their cyber employees are going to be spending half their time on compliance instead of facing the threats from CCP cyber threats. As we pursue a CRA this week, the Senate might pass it, and we're going to try to pass in the House. What is the administration doing to harmonize between agencies and departments?
Thank you for your kind words and for raising this important topic to us. Part of the national cybersecurity strategy has been to do regulatory harmonization. And the point of that regulatory harmonization is to reduce the burden of compliance. And the way we're going about that, we have issued a request for information and received more than 80 responses from the private sector and public sector. Right now, we are going through the process of better understanding those, again, with the goal of reducing the burden of compliance. So that's our goal right there. We understand that.
I appreciate that. I'm out of time, so but someone should tell the SEC that, though. Okay.
I thank the gentleman, and pleasure to have you here. You're welcome back anytime. Well, maybe not anytime. But, 2 comments, and then we'll close, and I'll recognize the ranking member. One of the first things I said in our first hearing was that the stakes of this competition were existential. Now, I got a lot of blowback for that, but I don't think after the testimony we've heard today, there could be any doubt. I mean, there is one path where we stumble into a war for which we're ill-prepared, and even victory might have existential consequences in the sense that it would transform America into a garrison state. Or there's another path in which we slowly succumb to the sedation of TikTok and we surrender, and we no longer stand for the ideals and values that America stands for, that the rest of the world is looking to us to stand for. And so while this hearing has revealed many things we need to do, and while the competition in cyber with China is one that's going to outlast my time in Congress, I'm confident of that, there are things that we must do now urgently. Foremost among them, in my opinion, particularly in light of the testimony we heard from Director Wray, either ban or force a sale of TikTok. I mean, it's bordering on national suicide if we continue down this road. And I get that TikTok has hired an army of lobbyists, including former members of Congress who are collecting a paycheck, but the time is now to do something about this. And by the way, if you're invested in ByteDance, you're not going to take TikTok public in America under the current ownership structure. So if only in your own financial interest, we have to find a way to force a separation. The time is now to act. Okay, on that happy note, I will transition to recognizing the hard work of the Democrat Staff Director, John Stivers, who is departing the committee this week after 25 years of service on the Hill, almost as long as General Nakasone has been in uniform. I will confess, John, we've worked together for a year. You have aged me personally 3 years in that time. There have been moments when I have lied awake in bed thinking, you know, life would be easier if you did leave, but now I'm sad now that it's happening. And one thing I've learned in working with John and particularly working in the human rights community, he's been doing this since before it was cool, and he's truly a hero in the human rights community. And it's been very cool to be able to see that. And I'll give you the highest compliment I could give you, John, which is that if I had to negotiate with Xi Jinping with the fate of the free world on the line, I would want you on my team
because I know you would drive him crazy. So it's been a pleasure to work with you. And with that, I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you so much, Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses. This has truly been a really important hearing, a call to action more than anything else. And I think that Mike and I were talking during the hearing about several ideas that you folks generated that we need to follow up on, and we'll do so on a bipartisan basis. And thank you for your service. Thank you, General Nakasone, for everything that you've done for our nation and for coming today. As well as all of you. And I will remember CISA.gov from Ms. Easterly. So thank you so much. As we try to enlist our civilian partners in our collective defense, collective cyber defense, and employ what you call cyber hygiene, which I love. And then I would also like to recognize our staff director, John, who's departing today. You know, Mike covered the highlights, but he's also had other very distinguished roles in government. He was an assistant administrator for Asia at USAID. He was a commissioner to the U.S.-China Economic Security Review. He was a senior advisor to Leader Pelosi. And, you know, now he's off to the next chapter, the next 25 years. And so I look forward to continuing to collaborate between us and you in your next roles. And I just want to give him a big round of applause for his service.
Round of applause, everyone.
I'm not done. I am done. I yield back. Thank you.
Without objection, questions for the record are due 1 week from today. Without objection, the committee hearing is adjourned.
Okay, I had to go back and find the tab because I had so many open trying to get this thing fixed. Well, that was enough to freak you out. That was crazy. So, we're all kind of screwed, really, is what I got from that hearing. But fear not, the election shall be great. But they will try to mess with it. But don't worry, it's covered. So we'll see. We'll see. What do you guys think? Is the election going to be safe from interference? I don't know. We'll see. All right. So, oh, good. Yes, thank you, Snoop. Round of applause for the gentleman who is retiring and for General, what's his name? I want to get it right. Nakasone, who had his change of command yesterday, because that was yesterday. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Well, no, it's not. Dave Hurley says no. No, not from Democratic interference. I agree 100%. I don't know. It's the Chinese that I'm worried about. I think it's the Democrats. But anyway, I'll end on a smile. All right. So tomorrow we have, let me just take a quick look. Oh my gosh. Do you guys have like 40 tabs open like I do, or is that just me? All right, so tomorrow is an AI one. I know that. Oh, dang, I got that scheduled for 9 a.m. Oh, okay. I think that was a live one. That's probably why. Yes. Oh, dear God. Okay, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Super. Yeah, and it is going to be artificial intelligence and intellectual property. So that should actually be a really interesting one. Let's just go with it. Yeah, 9 a.m. tomorrow. Lots of caffeine for me, especially after these 2 days of like crazy long hearings. But it'll be good. I'm excited. Yes, Chris, I know. I told Nathan about it earlier. I think he said he's going to be there. So, yeah, 9 a.m. Eastern. Everybody, I'm here. I'm assuming it was me and not some other redhead you're talking about. Thank you, Christopher. I will try to rest up. I'm gonna need it. Actually, I'll probably go back in the bedroom and Dave and I will probably watch another hearing because that's just what we do. But oh yay, I see Dave Hurley is here. Hey. That's what all these illegals are for. Probably, right? I keep still asking that question. Why? Why are they allowing this to happen? I just don't get it. But for those that didn't see the chat, Dave and I are going to do a show this weekend. I think Sunday. I got to confirm that with him to make sure he's cool with it. But Chris is going to have a show a show on Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Is that right, Chris? Let me know if that's wrong. She's going to do, so she did a Friday night movie night. Well, she's going to do a Sunday afternoon in the park style movie. And I think it's Abbott and Costello, right? Let me know, Chris, if I'm wrong. Abbott and Costello, 2 p.m. Yes. Okay. 2 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. And then Dave and I will go after that, I think, as long as Dave is cool with it, probably around 4, but I will let you know. Yeah, no. No, sorry to disappoint, or, happy to give you a sigh of relief. Yes. No TMI. Yes, Abbott and Costello. Oh, here we go. Okay. Jack and the Beanstalk. Oh, I've never seen that, so I can't wait to see it. Hey, Wally, what's up? I'm listening from YouTube TV. Had to come on and say hi. Hey. So that should be fun. But tomorrow, bright and early, I will be here at 9 a.m. and we'll be talking AI, people. It's going to be a good one. Thank you guys so much. And I've got a Dave Hurley song to take us out on. And I will see you tomorrow morning. Bye.
You down on the softly spoken words and notions that divine, but you're right down the path I know too well. You're right. You're right. But in my head, there's a picture of me finding who I am and who I should be. I've lost myself in insanity. Slow me down, though the past is broken. Hope has opened a new pride, but you're right. Down the path I know too well. You're right. You're right. But in my head, there's a picture of me finding who I am and who I should be. I've lost myself in insanity. I'm out on a limb, now I'm finally free. But in my head, there's a picture of me finding who I am and who I should be. I've lost myself in the insanity. I'm out, now I'm finally free. I'm out on a limb, and in my head, I'm out on a limb. myself.